This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right. That's right. You're listening to Jeff Norton of the Midnight Ocean podcast and radio show. We're coming here to you live from the great state of Florida. This is crazy. Gotta love the echoes. Gotta love the echoes needed to do that. You know, it is so strange. And first off, let me say thank you for joining us tonight and everything. We appreciate you. We appreciate all your comments, all your feedback, everything you guys have given us. Last night we had a few bumps in the road. You know what's really bizarre is, I promise you, we tested our board today. We did realize that we had a mono channel running to the YouTube. I think we got that fixed for the YouTube Live. Some of the complaints and everything that people were saying. Not complaints, just suggestions. We really didn't get any complaints. We just got a lot of suggestions out there and stuff, and we've addressed those. And you know, today we played with the board. We didn't tear it apart, but we looked at our cable and we looked at the echoes. I kid you not. We ran the board all day today, no echoes, and now we go live and now we have echoes. So I think it has something to do. The only thing that we didn't do is we didn't have the phone lines hooked in. So I'll have to take a look and check our phone lines to see if those are the ones that are actually giving us the grief. So it is Tuesday. Great show lined up for you. We're gonna have a great writer, actually. I know that some of my literary friends are out there going, great writer. No, we're gonna have any writer, anybody that takes the time out of their schedule. And let me tell you, this person that we're going to have on, Amy Coello, I hope I got that right, at the bottom of the hour. She's got a lot of irons in the fire when we read her bio or before we come back from break and stuff. You'll understand what I mean. And so anybody that takes the time to write a book and stuff is a great author in my mind. I mean, granted, there's some bad books out there, but you got to give them the credit. They at least tried. Where most of us sit around and we talk about it, and we're talkers. We're not necessarily doers. So let me talk a little bit about some house cleaning things as well. Some great feedback that I got back from last night's show. Yes, I will try to mention the author's name more during the show. That's interview 101. I would have failed. I would have failed that test last night. It was kind of weird. Everything, no excuses, not making up any excuses or anything, but it was the first show coming back, had a lot of technology. We're running a lot more technology than what we used to do on our old show. One of the main things is if you're listening or watching us live on YouTube, that's the big one. And one of the things, I went back and I started to look at the YouTube videos, and I noticed that, I'm looking around all over the place. Radio guys, there's a reason why we're in radio. Let me tell you, I'm not a good looking man. Got the voice, but the looks don't go along with it. But no, we went to the YouTube because I thought it fascinating to watch and stuff. And we are going to get another camera here. We got it ordered. It should be coming in soon, where you'll actually be able to see the board and you'll be able to see all of the, buttons and things. This is like Command Central here. Right now, as I look, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 monitors running all different applications, be it the clock, the audio clock, be it the thing. See, I'm getting that echo. That is so bizarre. I did not have that echo the other day. Let me see something here. See? The echo's back. That is so bizarre. So that is really, really strange. So I don't know how that's going to affect us. That's probably going to mess up a lot of our I should say timing. Let me see if I can bring, let me experiment here for a second. And let me see if this works. Let me experiment No. See, I got that echo. It's really, it's the darndest thing. I've never actually, this is really bizarre. Like I said, we tested the board earlier today, had no problems, played music through it without an issue at all. Let me push some more buttons here. Like I said, we tested the board earlier today, had no problems, played music through it without. Oh. I know what it is. I know what it is. No. No. Hey Teresa, I appreciate it. It's weird. We're trying to figure out where this echo is, and I do apologize. I appreciate it. It's weird. We're trying to figure out where this echo is, and I do apologize. I appreciate it. It's weird. We're trying to figure out. Yeah, it's coming through the computer. Yeah, it's coming through the. It's not coming through the. Yeah, it's coming through the. It's not coming through the YouTube, which I thought. It's not coming through the. Yeah, that's YouTube, which I thought. And it's only my voice. Yeah, that's YouTube, which I thought. Huh. I'll just turn it off for now, and then we'll play with it a little bit later, and everything. So yes. So we'll mention the author's name a little bit more during the show and everything. Obviously, the computer that runs the sound check or the sound piece is having some issues. I'll back off there a little bit. And stuff. Yeah, the echo's coming from the machine that actually plays the audio files, our advertisements, our music and stuff. So we'll play with that here in a little bit to figure out what the heck is going on. But as I said earlier, house cleaning, and I do apologize. I didn't get to this yesterday, and I promised I would, and I do apologize. But I think it's important. We are a show that's dependent upon authors, guests, experts. And one of the experts that I wanted to get out here or to get on the show was David Solomon. David wrote a book from the dead. I'll pull it back up here. I got to make sure I get this right. Dead Saints Chronicles, a Zen journey through the Christian afterlife. And I wanted to get David onto the show and talk about his book. His book came out on April 18th. And it is with a heavy heart that I received an email from his wife saying that he passed shortly after his book came out April 18th. And I just wanted to say that our lifeblood, especially on this show, is our authors, is our guests. And we handpick our guests. We don't, shotgun. We actually handpick. I give a list to my producer, my assistant producer, who's also my lovely daughter. Yes, I'm a little partial as a father. One of my lovely daughters, I should say. So she actually, is in charge of hunting down our great guests for our show, getting them in the funnel, and then so we can get them scheduled. She's done such a great job that, like I said, we've got guests all the way through the middle of September, which is incredible, and everything. But I just wanted to say that with a heavy heart, I announced that that David Solomon has passed away, and our prayers and condolences are with his wife, D-Lynn. I think one of the best things you guys can do is in his memory, go out to Amazon. I'll get a link up there later on our page. I'll go ahead and create an author's page for him at themidnightocean.com. But get out to Amazon, and the name of the book is David Solomon's Dead Saints Chronicles, a Zen journey through the Christian afterlife. Oh. And you can also purchase that at deadsaints.org. Help support our authors, especially their families in time of need. That's the main thing. Oh, what a day. I got to tell you, in the news, I was reading today, of course, North Korea decided that they were going to launch another rocket. And of course, it splashed into the Pacific. Now, before we all stand back and laugh, make jokes, the U.S. military launched a satellite, actually right here from the Cape. We watched it live on TV here in Florida. We got to get over and watch a live one. Maybe I'll go over there and watch one, record it and everything. I've never watched, of all the things I've done, I've never, ever seen a live rocket launch. So maybe we'll get over there and see one. But the one that we saw the other day out of the Cape, it failed to reach orbit. So now it is more than likely going to become space debris and stuff. So, it's not as easy as we think. We talk about North Korea and the fact that their technology and stuff, it's not easy getting up in space. Space is a hard business. It's a very hard business. NASA, talk about space. I'm not, the hat of the day is the Russian Space Agency. I do have a NASA one. I don't think I've turned, but my hat of the day, if you can see it, is the Russian Space Agency hat. And I just go through the thing. So I'm going to try to wear a different hat every day. If you'd like to send me a hat, join me on Facebook, message me or whatever, I'll be glad to wear it. If I like it, I'll keep it. If I don't, I'll sign it and send it back to you. No, I'll keep it. I'm not that ungrateful and everything. So reading on through the news here. The news. I don't know if you guys picked this up. Obama sent $400 million cash to Iran. Do we actually send cash anymore? I mean, how does that work? Do they just give like a bank account? And is it actually cash if they can't hold it and stuff? But no, apparently on the reports here, they loaded up several wooden pallets stacked full of euros, Swiss francs, and other currencies were flown in an unmarked cargo plane to Iran. We whatever happened, we don't negotiate with terrorists. I'm kind of torn with this one. And let me tell you why. No American should ever be sitting in a prison cell because of their country, of the beliefs of their country, as a political prisoner. So I'm torn that it's our responsibility as a government, as a people, to get that person back as soon as possible. However, I do believe in Reagan's approach that we should never negotiate, because all that does is lead to it. If I want to become rich, I just kidnap an American. So I'm torn. I don't know, but I do know 400 million, several pallets full of different currencies flown over to Iran as we're getting these hostages. Let's call them what they are. Political, hostages back. One of the things that is, and I knew this in the technology business, but we'll actually talk about this. We used to joke about technology built in China coming to U.S. soon. We used to, China, as you all know, is an oppressive government. They monitor everything their people do. So a lot of your technology companies went over to China, and in order for them to sell or to set up their equipment in China, which is a big market, free trade, they should be allowed to do that. They had to agree to allow to open up back doors. That's what opened up a lot of the hacking, were these back doors. Now, granted, these servers and everything were sitting over there in China so they can monitor their people not coming back here to the United States. But the thing is that our government did the same thing. Said, hey, look, since you have the technology, why don't you give it back to us? share with us, help us. So now more and more they're talking about how more technology companies are building kill switches and things like that for the internet. Beijing, not Silicon Valley, is on the cutting edge of mobile technology. That doesn't surprise me. And let me tell you why. The Asian community, when it comes to cell phones, are about 5 to 10 years, further ahead than the United States. And there's a lot of it's regulatory. Government in the United States doesn't want phones that they can't listen to. But most of the part of it too is you got to remember is that over there, they don't string copper and all that like they do here. And especially in China, they have billions of people they have to employ. So what they do is they give them shovels and pickaxes and they say, here, dig a trench for the fiber optic. So they have a lot of lit fiber in China because they're trying to keep their people employed and stuff. And because they have the lit fiber, they have higher internet all over the place. And because they have faster internet, they have more advanced systems. The limitations of a lot of these cell phones is not based upon the cell phone itself. It's based upon the bandwidth, the amount of data that you can feed to that before it overloads and everything. So it doesn't surprise me that China is starting to kick our butts. They always have. Asians always been ahead of us in technology. I remember doing a conference where digital cellular phone with Docomo was out 5 years before anybody here in the United States. But like I said, the hindrance on that one was because of the fact that our government would not allow it to be imported into the United States because they wanted to have a way of listening. That's right. So other things in the news, I'm tired of it. I'm just not even going to talk about Trump or Hillary. I'm just, what's a prayer? We need one of our religious, one of our ministers or whatever to come on here and give us a prayer. My grandmother used to tell me, good Lord, help me keep my big mouth shut. Yeah. maybe Trump needs that, Hillary does too. She just needs to shut up because, shut up. That's such a harsh word. She just needs to be quiet. Trump just sticks his foot in his mouth every time he talks. Even though, a lot of people, and there's a point in which you go, well, that's what you're thinking. He's just telling us what he thinks. I agree to a point. A lot of people run ideas through their heads, but then when there's a part of the brain that it's kind of like the door to the outside world, where that thought just slams into that door and can't move on. Trump, that door's gone. It just goes right out. And then Hillary she just needs to be quiet because you can't believe anything she says. And that's sad. Think about that. You spend all your life and your legacy is that at the end of it. I think she's trying to rewrite her legacy a little bit, a little vindication. But it's sad. It just really is. Because at the end of the day, if she doesn't make it into the White House, think about what the legacy is going to be. I said I wasn't going to talk about it. Here I am getting sucked in. You guys got me sucked into it. Another thing, it's trending. It was only a matter of time. And this kind of goes back to our conversation that we had yesterday with Jeff Hayes and his book, New World Order. Pokemon. Dun, dun, dun. Here in Florida, I don't know what it is about Florida. I love the state of Florida. I really do. Love it. Hate the bugs, but love the state. But it seems that all the crazy ones are from here. I don't know if it's the heat cooks their brain. I don't know. But in the news today, there was a husband and wife who were playing the Pokemon Go, and their 2-year-old son was left home alone and actually got out of the house and wandering streets. Neighbors found the child and the police came. And when the police showed up, the kid was trying to get back inside. Now, I don't know if you guys know, but here, I mean, that's horrible in itself. I mean, come on. But it was at 9 o'clock at night here. It's about 90 degrees, 100 degrees. It's been warm here. And they said the kid actually was showing very significant signs of dehydration and sun exposure. But can you believe these parents? And then once the police called, apparently they got in touch with the father hung up. And then they showed up 90 minutes later. Tell me we have just lost our minds in this country. That we would rather play a video game than take care of our children. Now, a lot of you guys out there listening are going, hey, that's not me. I would never do that. And I agree with you. I mean, this is the extreme. Like I said, Florida has a way of, I think it's just the cooking of the brain with the heat, sunstroke, whatever it is. It's not funny, but it's sad is what it is. But yep, it was only a matter of time. We heard about people falling off cliffs. We've heard about people getting run over. We've heard about people finding dead bodies, which that's bizarre. I think they found over 6 dead bodies. Now, that is really weird on how, for those that don't know, the Pokemon game is they put these little Pokemonsters throughout the world, and you got to hunt them down, and they disperse them. Now, some people can buy places and they bring business to themselves, can buy Poke to put in their business or whatever to get traffic to come to their business and stuff. But, I find it odd that they just randomly, I mean, the world is a big place. Let me put it in context for you, how big the world truly is. You could take everybody in the world, give them a 1/4 acre, and they would all fit in the continent of Australia. It's a big place. And the fact that these Pokemon are sitting there, just sitting there. That's really, really bizarre on top of these dead bodies. So they found 6 dead bodies. But more, worse off is parents now are leaving their kids home so they can go play Pokemon. It's the strangest thing. I've never could imagine. So let me see what we can do here. We're coming up to the top of the break. Like I said, after we get done with our break here, short break, 4 minutes, we will be back at the top of the hour, bottom of the hour. We'll be back with dream expert and interpreter, Amy Soello. That is really bizarre. This echo.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right. This is the Midnight Ocean. Oh, man. Yeah, you know, it's weird. I tried it. I tried to turn off the, we had a little echo there at the end. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But as we were talking about at the beginning of the show, tonight we're going to be joined by author, dream interpreter, Amy Coello. I hope I got that right. I really do. She'll be joining us here in a little bit. I spoke to her. She is traveling. She's doing a conference, and so she is on the road. Quite a very, very busy person. But what we'll do is I'll go ahead and tell you, you know, Amy, this is, let me tell you. So I'm not going to hold this against her. The fact that, that, you know, not only is she traveling right now, she told me that she's, they just rented an RV and they're heading across, great state of Texas. But, Amy is the mother of 11 children. She's a respected teacher, successful business owner with 20 years of experience in the legal field. She's a dynamic speaker and a storyteller. She is an author, television host, and ministry leader in her community. Tell me that's not a person with a lot on their plate. Over the last 2 decades, Amy has been teaching, speaking, and equipping thousands of people all over the globe with key principles on how to interpret dreams from a spiritual understanding versus the Freudian jargon theories. Remember the id, super id, ego, all that stuff? Remember that stuff? If you went to college, you had to take that class. Well, you know, I've read Amy's book. I read all my authors' books, all my guest books. I kind of go with hers more so than my professors and everything. So understanding versus the Freudian theories. Importance of understanding the parabolic language of heaven and how the Creator speaks to us through symbols. Amy's passion is to see each person recognize their calling, purpose, and destiny, and to run with it. She loves to watch the Creator engage his people through dreams. She loves to activate people through her writing, teaching, personal time, and mentoring. Amy is the author of Dreams, A Window into Your Destiny, How to Talk to the Unchurched, and Dream Symbols. And tonight we're going to be talking with Amy about her book, Dreams. She'll be calling in here in a few minutes. Like I said, I know she is a very, very busy person. And we'll get her here on the air. A lot of great concepts in this book, you know, as we're waiting. She's actually not going to be able to join us on YouTube. She'll call into our system here and everything. I am going to just give it a whirl here to make sure everything is working as expected. Like I said, she did call in. We did do a sound check a little bit earlier, so I hope everything's okay. I hope she's okay. I hope they're not in a bad situation. Oh, here we go. Hey, Amy. Amy, can you hear me? I see her. I see you.
I could hear him, and then all of a sudden he went.
I'm here. Here, Amy, how are you? You know, it's one of those.
I could hear him, and he was introducing me, and then it went blank.
Amy, are you there? Miss Amy, are you there? Amy. Gotta love technology. Amy, we'll keep going. We can, hello. I know you're there. I hear you. Amy. Hello. Hello. I can hear you in the
Hello?
back. Hello. Amy, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? That was the most bizarre things that I have, you know, I'm telling you, they know when we're on the show. They do. These hackers, these trolls and stuff, because I had zero problems. Yeah, yeah. I have zero problems. And then all of a sudden we go live and we have these issues. Amy, are you there? It is the darndest thing. Amy, can you hear me? It is the darndest. Amy, can you hear me? Amy. How bizarre. Amy? Miss Amy. It's radio. It's live. This is the strangest thing. I've never had this happen before. Let me see here. Let me see if our little trolls are attacking us, which possibly could be. We've had this problem before. And let me get my magic fingers running here. And I do apologize to anybody that's out there that I know we have a couple listeners in the YouTube. Tell Amy, if you're talking to her, to hold tight. I am getting to the bottom of it. I am calling my technical support, i.e. me. And we are going to figure this out. But hey, this is live. This is why we do this. I wish it was a little bit different, a little bit better. But this is why we do live shows, so you guys can see all of the stuff as I'm sitting here. I'm trying to talk to you and stuff. So what I'm doing is I'm logging in to the actual phone system. And
I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me.
I can hear you now.
That is so
crazy.
That is bizarre. You know, it's weird, but you know what? We've had, and I'll tell you that, and a lot of people think I'm crazy. And I've been doing this long enough and to know that when we go on the air, especially live right before we go on the air, we can almost expect something strange to happen. It's almost like the forces out there just don't want us to talk. Seriously.
Well, don't tell my team that. My team, I blow all kinds of electrical devices when I show up at events. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's really weird. And that's what I was telling everybody. I'm like, well, we talked right before the show, so I know everything's working and everything, but it was
working. And I actually heard you introducing me. And as soon as you, after you'd introduced me, and it went completely blank, and I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me.
That is so. No, I did hear you. I heard you going hello, in the on the background. Yeah. It was kind of like that Verizon commercial, or no, the Sprint commercial. Now I don't think the guy works for Verizon, but
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yeah, no, it happens. I've been doing these shows long enough, and when I did my other shows, and I would have. Right before the show, I would have a massive denial of service attack on all my servers. And we traced, I'm in the business. My daytime job is I'm in the computer business. And we traced the IP addresses, and they all came back to a company in Israel, which was a company that's paid by various government agencies to do various things.
Wow.
So it's not.
Yes, I believe it.
Yeah, a lot of people, oh, you're crazy. When I was talking, it was funny because when I first started, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, it's not crazy. I was just staying at a friend's house who does a lot of work in the Muslim community, and the government was tapping his phones, and it shows that it was logging into his stuff, and when they traced it back, it came back to Virginia.
Yeah.
Around Langley. Or somewhere around there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just bizarre. I mean, it's not bizarre. I mean, it's almost, you expect it nowadays, especially with the state of affairs and everything. It's just my thing is the economic damage. I wish I could send them the bill because they don't realize that it costs money when they disrupt telecommunications and they disrupt like servers and everything. I mean, it time is money and it costs money to do that. But that's enough of that. They don't. No, of course not. They can print whatever they want. when I can print.
We were just talking. I was talking to our public relations manager, and I said, "What is it about these shows? Every time I go to get on these shows, like a major meltdown and crisis happen right before the show, and I just got to push through and do it. It's weird."
Well, and that's the thing too, is that you know what it is. And I'll tell you, a lot of it, a lot of like the podcasts and everything like that. They're so software dependent, and software's flaky. If you go to a radio station, if you go to a typical radio station, it's all hardware based, and we're converting over to the hardware, getting off of all the software solutions because the hardware, you plug cable A into place B and it all works. I'm getting tired of it myself, and so we're ordering equipment, and we're going to replace a lot of the stuff that we have software do is going to get replaced by the physical hardware, which will make things a lot easier. But with that being said, let's trooper on here. So you're driving across Texas. What you're going to the convention? What's up with that?
So we just bought an RV like an hour ago. So we just signed the papers an hour ago, and I told him the guy was trying to teach me how to change out the toilet. And I was like, "Yeah, can you excuse me? I have a show to do, so I'll be right back." So we left, and I didn't figure out how to use the toilet on there, but whatever. So we're headed to New Orleans. I'm doing a speaking engagement in New Orleans, and we're headed that direction. We're going to drive through the night because it took a little bit longer than we expected trying to buy that thing. So
yeah.
I just travel so much, and I was flying out so much and gone, 2 weeks out of the month, if not 3 weeks, and I wanted to be home with my babies, and so we just decided to all travel together. So.
You all do it together. Hey, let me tell you something. You probably ditched out on the most important thing on an RV. The secret of the RV and a toilet is like a boat. I'm a big boater, sailboater and power boater. And I'll tell you, don't use it. That's the secret. Don't
Which is easy for my boys.
Yeah. Don't use it. Pull over. And stuff. That's
I'll pull up to an event or something. They're like, "Is that Amy on the side of that RV?"
Yeah. Pull over. No, it's just funny because and the thing is that once you have one, you have to clean it, even though you make the rule don't use it, because you'll be surprised how many of your children, would sneak away. We had a sailboat, and we had a backup. It was a smaller boat, but we had a backup toilet and everything in there. And you're like, don't use it. And then sure enough, when I got to the docks in Chicago, I had to drain it. So it's like, where the heck, I was up the whole night on the tiller. How did you sneak in there? It's amazing. When you got to go, you got to go. There's some things you just can't stop.
Yeah, but being in the ocean's a lot different than on the side of the road. So.
Correct.
You get arrested for being on the side of the road.
Well, yeah, you get, where I'm at. Yeah. Well, we'll leave it there. You got to be careful. No, you do have to be careful. I was out fishing with a buddy of mine, and in the Gulf, we do a lot of Gulf fishing, and you're on the food chain, and you're not at the top of the food chain out there. And they,
like business.
Yeah, no, it's you definitely want to be careful. But this guy was like, "Oh, I'll just jump overboard, but I really have to go to the bathroom." And I was like, "You do not want to do that. You want to have every shark within 50 miles on us.
Yeah.
Go ahead." And we'll leave it enough potty thing. We're not here to talk about that. Well, let's talk about dreams. And I'll tell you, when I came across your book, I actually was a purchaser of your book before I reached out to try to find you. And the reason why I actually purchased your book is because I had reoccurring dreams, and I'll have in the reoccurring dreams that I had would come, they wouldn't come at once. They would be like, I'd have the same dream 1 month, and then 3 months later, I'd have the same exact dream. And I'd, 2 months later, I'd have the same exact dream over and over again.
Yeah.
And so I wanted to, for my own, it's like, am I going crazy? What's going on here? And so I purchased your book,
Right.
and, came across it because, when you're in this business, there's a lot of theories, on why things
Right.
are the way they are. I
Yeah.
wanted a theory that was based
Yeah.
in somewhat in my faith and my belief system. So that's why I found your
Yeah.
book. And it was amazing in a sense, because and I was surprised. And I'm going to say kudos, because in your book, you actually talk about the things, the naked dreams, what those mean. And look,
Yeah.
everybody's
Yeah.
had them. If you haven't had them, I don't know what's wrong with you. But the naked dreams, obviously
right.
the sexual dreams and stuff. And you were brave enough, and I, especially as a Christian author, I think you were brave enough to actually talk about those things in
Yeah. I did
in
a
your
whole
book.
show last week. I did a whole television show, Kingdom Flame, a whole show on sex dreams, nothing but sex dreams, and
Yeah.
I think that we don't talk about it enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and it's because it's people are embarrassed. Yeah. It's amazing is
Yeah.
how we, we giggle in the corner and we're embarrassed by this stuff, but, it is
Yeah,
what,
who wants to tell people that they had sex with their pastor or with their boss or
Yeah.
with their neighbor or with the guy from high school, especially to your spouse.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I woke, yeah. I don't,
Yeah.
I don't think that one would
Yeah.
fly too well. Not in the Norton household.
Right. Yeah.
Stuff. So it was like, what did you dream about? Nothing. I don't dream.
Right. Why did you wake up with that smile on your face?
Yeah, that's it. That's
Yeah.
it. Well, do you know what it is with me? See, I because I keep the hours that I keep and stuff. Sandy's usually gone out of the house before I wake up, so I don't have to answer those questions. I can just.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just grumpy.
Right.
I wake up grumpy and I was like, pouty face and everything. And that that's the other thing too, is I've gone for long periods of time without any dreams that I can remember. But I was shocked in your book. You're saying that almost everybody dreams all the time, every night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true. They dream every night, and we just don't remember them. And remembering them is actually it's actually a gift. It's something you practice. It's like a muscle. Once you start opening up that place, and I tell you, everywhere I go, people tell me when I teach on dreams, I leave, and then they call me back. And the event organizer calls us back and says, "Oh my God, what do I do? Everyone's dreaming. We're overwhelmed."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Oh well, that's job security. You have to have me back."
Yeah. I mean, come back. Yeah. Well, and that was actually one of the questions or one of the statements in the YouTube chat was, I don't remember my dreams, and how do I remember? And we'll get to that.
Yeah.
And everything. But I kind of want to, start. Let's start at the very beginning. And you rate at the question number one. Why do we dream? What's the purpose of dreams?
Yeah, so we dream. The difference between spiritual understanding of dreams versus a Freudian or a Jungian understanding, or what we call a psychological understanding, is every single culture out there believes that dreams come from God, their creator, divine light, something greater than them, right? Mm-hmm. Well, after Constantine came in and wiped out the Hebraic understanding of dreams, out of that, or just kind of the parabolic, the metaphorical, if you read the Torah, or you even just be around a Jew, the Jewish people, and the way they think is not linear, and Constantine came in, wiped that all out, and out of that came, we are the only, the UK and America are the only countries and communities that believe that dreams come from within themselves. Basically saying ego is the driver.
Gotcha.
And that's just not true. And if we were, and one of the reasons we know it's not true is because if we had the answer within us, we wouldn't be in our crappy situation to begin with.
Yeah,
So,
it's kind of like the psychic. I love getting the psychics on, and I ask them the question. And it's like, "Well, are you rich? You driving around in a Mercedes? What are you doing?" And I'll go, "Oh, I can't use this for my own self good, and everything." It's like, well, what's the use? Yeah, no, I get that, and one of the things that I learned, a little bit about me is that I spent about a year in yeshiva. Now, I'm not Jewish. Well, I am Jewish, but I'm not a practicing Jew in the sense that, I was raised and everything. My grandmother through lineage, but they converted to Catholicism and everything like that. But I did spend some time in yeshiva, and working with the Lubavitch. And I actually, was honored and standing at the Bema in New York City at 770, which, if you're a
Wow.
Lubavitch Jew, and that is, I had the black hat. I, wore the tit seats and all and everything as I was studying. And one of the things, that in the Jewish, as you mentioned, is that we believe that our bodies are separate, that our spirit is separated from our bodies when we sleep. And, when we come back, we actually wash ourselves and cleanse our fingernails and basically thank God for reconnecting our body. And, and that whole, the whole thing about us disconnecting from our physical and going into the spiritual realm is so that we can get the message of God.
Right.
Yep.
And that is true. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, I can tell you when I was studying and doing that, I mean, it was a very peaceful time in my life. And who knows,
Yeah, it is.
Because I was getting messages from God during that time. And
it is. And it is, they're all messages from God. And we have, the dreams come from three sources. They come from a greater being than us that pulls us into our path of destiny. The purpose of dreams is to pull you into the call and the message of your life. Mm-hmm. The second one is the voice of the enemy, coming to speed hopelessness and trying to get you off that path, right? And then the third one is what we call Ecclesiastes dreams, and they're just kind of the busyness of your daydreams. And I'll tell you what, the more you start to study dreams, the more you start to focus in on them, because, what you focus on, you make room for. So what you focus on gets bigger in your life. When you focus on your problems, then your problems get bigger. When you focus on solutions or the belief of better situations, then that's what happens. So when you start to focus on dreams, what ends up happening is you don't really have those, what we call Ecclesiastes dreams or pizza dreams, or just, the truth is that when you start to remember them, the word dream in Hebrew is halam. And so that dream, that word actually means to bind firmly to, which means that's why you remember it. It's spirit to spirit communication. You are leaving your body. It's not that you're leaving your body. It's that I like to say, God has me in a place where I just shut up and you can talk.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. Well, I mean, I think the thing for me is that all of the outside forces, the things that distract you from life, the things that you're supposed to be looking at, or the true. We get so distracted. I mean, look at Pokemon Go. I hope your kids aren't playing that game. I just hope, please tell me that your children aren't playing it, because it's crazy because of the distractions in our lives. I think when you sleep, those distractions go away and they open you up to your core value, or to your belief system and everything. And that's why you get the flood of the dreams during that time, because you don't have so many distractions. You don't have TV, you don't have, the noise, you don't have all that stuff. And you can get back to your core value. When I say values, your soul, I think that's the closest time that we are to our actual physical soul, is when we sleep and everything. So, we talk about dream. One thing I wanted to ask, do you believe, and I've never been able to do this, falling dreams? There's that old folklore that when you're in a falling dream, if you hit the bottom, you hit the bottom. Have you ever been able to control your dream to kind of see if, because I've never been able to. I'm fortunate enough that I think I can control some of my dreams. If there's bad guys, I can turn around and off them or dispel them. But, the falling dreams are one of those dreams that I can never control. I no matter how hard I try to stay asleep, I still wake up. Did I lose you, Amy? We have lost Amy. All right, so let's do this. So we're actually talking to Amy Coello. She is a dream interpreter, dream expert. Her new book is Dreams, a Window into Your Destiny. How to Talk to the Unchurched is another one of her books, and Dream Symbols and everything. We're going to try to get Amy back on the line here. I do, like I said, I do apologize. This is normal stuff for, unfortunately. And I do see that she is actually connected. I can look into the phone switch itself and see that she is connected to the system. She might have hit a dead spot or whatever. So let's see if we can bring her back on the line here.
Me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Absolutely.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear. It is bizarre. I did check, one of the things, in the profession I'm in, I'm actually able to look into the phone switch itself. And I think that one, I think you were just in a bad cell because the switch still had a good signal on you. It's just the cell itself was bad.
I heard you. Yeah, I heard what you were asking. So falling dreams are very common. And, right when you go to sleep, you feel that swoosh feeling, when you're about to fall asleep and someone kind of tries to wake you up and you feel like you've come back from something. Well, because you have, right? Because you entered into the spirit realm. That's your body your spirit connecting. And so fallen dreams is that a place in your life where you feel like you're out of control. You don't have sure footing. There's something that you're just not sure about. And lucid dreaming, which is something completely different that you can do, what we teach people in their reoccurring dreams, is to enter into lucid dreaming, which is the third level of dreaming. So the first level of dreaming is just recognizing you dream, right? Mm-hmm. The second level of dreaming is twilight dreaming, which is where you kind of hear audible voice of God and you hear the audible instructions and stuff like that. Maybe you'll hear a song, or it's that moment. Twilight's right. Your strongest dream time, right between sleep and waking up.
Yeah.
It's also that time, if you take a Sunday nap, they're very strong dreams. When you come home, eat lunch, and then go to bed, you'll have some of your strongest dreams. So we teach people the third level of dreaming is that you learn how to lucid dream. Lucid dreaming, really, Christians ask me all the time, I thought that was New Age. Well, here's the thing. There was nothing that was created. They didn't create anything, and it's a gift. For us, it's just that we pushed it away with our linear understanding and our analytical mindset of Scripture. And so we push it away and think, oh, well, I can't go to dream. We don't dream, or we don't. Well, 1/3 of the Bible is dreams. So what do you do? Skip over that page?
Yeah.
And I'm trying, figure it out. Nope, that's not. Nope, that's not. In fact, if you take all the dreams of the Bible and you put them together, anything that refers or reflects dreams and visions, 1/3 of the Bible are dreams. That's the New Testament.
Yeah.
The size of the New Testament.
Well,
reoccurring dreams.
Well, I wanted to stop you there because I was looking at that, and that's the thing. My faith has been, I've studied, like I said, when I studied with these Shiva and stuff, I wanted to learn the language that Jesus spoke. So I went and did the study and great, I was very, very, lucky the fact that they allowed me in and allowed me to experience that part, that part of their lives and stuff. Yeah. But one of the things that I always had a hard time was, you read the Bible, and I'm an analytical person. I'm a numbers guy, and, black, white, I'm a scientist kind of by training. So my thing is in the Bible, I was always, they had this vision. It's like, whatever. But now that I'm learning, like we had an author on yesterday, Jeff Hayes, and he talked about how that, Satan's real and Satan controls this world, this realm, and God talks to you. And it was amazing how his book and your book kind of came together, is that God talks to you through your dreams, through your, it's kind of the same correlation. And because that's the only way that he can communicate with you because of all the noise and stuff. But, one of the things that I appreciate about your book, and it's actually bringing me back to my faith and as a Christian, is the fact that it's starting to make sense, because when I read the Bible, I'm like, the Bible makes no sense to me from an analytical, scientific person, because it just doesn't make sense. But now you say, well, Jeff, it's not like the angel appeared like boom right in front of your face. They appeared through the dreams, through people's, communication at that level. And I'm like, okay, I get that now, because I've seen some pretty crazy things in my dreams. So I can.
Yeah, right. And and lucid dreaming, when we lucid dream, we have the ability to go in and change the event, right? So we have people who have chasing dreams. They feel like they're being pursued.
Yes.
And then, so I teach people to turn around to the pursuer and either say stop or question the pursuer. What do you have with me?
Yeah.
Get in there and figure it out. And so there is a level of understanding and becoming active in your dream life.
Sure.
And that's something you practice. It's something that you have to give your heart permission to, because unfortunately that and language of heaven, which is the reason why he speaks in a veiled, dark, riddled, hidden language, is because it's only for those who have eyes to see, right? And that's the name of our website, eyes2see.org. And it's only to see, it's only for those people. And if you think about Jesus, when he spoke in parable.
Yes.
He spoke in the parabolic language of heaven. The only people who could really understand what he was saying were those who connected at a spirit level. It's spirit to spirit communication.
Yeah. Do you think that, and actually this is a question I've yet to have answered. Do you actually think that Jesus, the reason why he spoke in such parables was because there's an underlying code there? Or do you actually think that he spoke in the parables to keep from persecution? Because if he came out and said some of the things that he meant later on, obviously the Romans would not have appreciated. So do you think that he spoke in parables to more hide his message, or, well, actually he was hiding it, but one was to hide it from the Romans. The other one is to hide it from the unbelievers and only the true believers. I mean, what's your feeling on that?
Right. I don't believe that he hid anything. And I believe that it is the language of heaven, the parabolic language of heaven, that it just is. It is if you studied in the Torah and the Jewish understanding, there's 7 levels of revelation, right?
Correct.
So, you have where you open the Bible and you read it, right? And that's one level. I read it because that's what I was assigned to do.
Yep.
And then you have the next level that you open it and read it, and it comes with this rhema aha moment of God. It's like you get it. It's like it's alive. It feels different. The room felt heavy. It's like this light comes on in your heart.
Yeah.
And then there's the next level where now there's a revelation that you can now correlate it to places in your life. So I can read one scripture this week and it means something.
Yep.
And then I'll read it a year from now and it'll mean something completely different to me. So it's never ending, and you can't exhaust it. And so that's like dreams. And so if you keep a dream journal, and again, I'm going to plug our website is eyes2see.org, and it's an online spiritual journal, but we do dreams, and you put your dream in. If you go back and you read those dreams that you had a year ago, they actually mean something completely different to you because it's spirit-to-spirit communication. So no, I don't believe that Jesus was hiding from anyone. I don't believe he had to, but he had the power of God. But I do believe that it was that those who approach Jesus could only understand him through a spirit-to-spirit communication. And it's not that it is veiled language, and it is a hidden language, but it's not hidden because of he doesn't want others to get it. It's that it's only feeding those who are connected at a spirit level, heart-to-heart, spirit connection.
So, all right.
And that's really, like, if you think about it, that's how our dreams are parables, and so that's the same way Jesus spoke to us.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever had a dream that came up and said, "Hey, Jeff, the answer to the test was A, B, C, D, A, C." It was.
Oh well, you will.
It was, it was always I'm walking to the classroom and I realized I have no clothes on. That that was the that's the dream that I
Yes,
had
right.
during those
True.
times and stuff. And
Yeah.
Amy, I hope you don't mind. This is the nice thing about having my show, and I know you're traveling and everything, and we have a pretty tight clock. But what I want to do is I want to just keep on going, and because that way, I like I
Yeah.
said, I know you're traveling, and there's nothing worse than trying to keep schedules, and this these things can go on for a long time. So if do you mind if we just keep rolling on through?
No,
And
go ahead.
all
Yeah,
right,
let's
so.
do it.
Well, first,
Yeah.
let me do this. Let me and please, if I'm not saying your name right, please correct me. That was one of the things when I first started in radio. My first job was at Middle Tennessee State University at the radio station, and it was I had to do French. They were jazz singers and stuff. I could never pronounce their names right. That's why I didn't work there very long
Right.
and stuff. But we are speaking with Amy Coello. Is that how you pronounce it? Coello?
Coello. It's Coello, and
Co-
nobody ever says it right, so you're good. So
Coello.
it's Coello. Coello.
Yep, Amy
Yeah.
Coello, and she is the author of Dreams, A Window into Your Destiny is one of her books, and we'll go ahead and plug the other one, How to Talk to the Unchurched, which I do want to talk to you about that a little bit, and also Dream Symbols, and you have the eyes2see.org website. Get out there and that
Eyes. Yeah.
Eyes to See. I haven't been out. I didn't go out there. I'm surprised I haven't.
Eyes, the number 2, the letter C.
Yep, eyes, the number 2, the letter C.org. And we'll have all these links on our guest page and everything, so our listeners can get connected to you. Now, one of the questions that the listeners have is, I can't remember my dreams. What
Right.
would
very
you
common.
recommend? What can we do? And obviously read your book. I mean, get out there and read the book and go into greater detail. But right now, to help me remember a dream, what can I do?
Okay, so the one thing you want to do is we always walk people through repentance. And the reason why we ask for forgiveness, because we do believe that God speaks through dreams. And if you don't believe that, then there's an unbelief, and so there will be no communication in that realm, or it would be very fuzzy and hard to understand. So one of the things we do is that we say we honor this voice. We honor the voice that is trying to guide us to our path of destiny, and we give our heart permission. We say, I believe that dreams contain a valid message. And then what you do is you prepare your room, you prepare your place to sleep. We tell people all the time, have music going in that's just very tranquil and peaceful. Don't get rid of all your electronics, and we know that EMFs and stuff get in the way and all of that stuff. Get it out. And then just open your dream journal. And I tell people all the time, get a dream journal, because when by buying a dream journal, it says, hey, I'm taking this serious. Open it up, write a question of your heart. What's the question of your heart? Do I need to take this job? Should I marry this guy? Or, should I sue my neighbor? Should I, just write it down. And when you write that down, don't leave that page until it's answered. And what will happen is that then they'll start flooding you, because you're basically opening your heart and giving it permission to hear from God, to direct you, guide you, lead you, give you strategy, and give you divine wisdom.
Gotcha. So I can't sit and listen to old Art Bell shows while I'm sleeping. Is that?
Yeah. Well, it depends. Art might show up in your dreams.
Yeah. Well, it is crazy. I've had a few lizard people dreams and stuff when David Icke is on and stuff. But no, I agree. I don't have a journal. I actually I had a piece of, when I had an Android phone, it was a dream mender. And what you do is you put it next to your pillow, and it will actually tell you how well you slept, because it monitors the bed if you're tossing and turning and everything.
Yes, right.
If it hears noises, it will record those noises. So if you're snoring, or if you're, whatever, if you're talking in your sleep, it will do that. And then the third thing is that when you're in a deep cycle REM sleep, it will actually kick up a journal, so you can type in what you had. And I've used that. And the dreams that I've captured, I shared one with your publicist, and everything. And did you get that? Did you get that dream that I sent over to her?
I did. Yes.
Okay. Let's hold off. because it was really hard for me to put that, because I've never really shared that dream with anybody. I mean, even Sandy,
Yeah.
we talk, like, she'll wake up, this is a thing. And I got to ask you, ask you personally, since I got you on the phone. Sandy will wake up, she'll have a terror dream, a dream where it's, someone's chasing her, something bad is happening to her and stuff. And I always tell her, I'm like, go back to sleep and I'll be there. And when I'm there, because I do have I don't know, the ability, but I can actually interact with my dreams. I've always had that.
Right.
When I was a child, I actually had 3 individuals we would sit on kind of an Olympus kind of mountaintop, and there was 3 individuals. And this is really, one of them was a prostitute. The other one was a business person. And the third person, I didn't know who they were. They were always like a dark figure, and they stood there. And whenever I had a question in my life or a concern or whatever, I would go to this mountain, sit with them and ask them, and they would always give me the answer that I needed to do. And it was wild because, like I said, the third person never said a word, but it's the other 2. And, and it was weird because you would expect some, especially with the combination of those people, of a prostitute and a business, a corrupt business person, I would do corrupt things. But no, they were actually it was almost like, if I could go back and say that, it was almost like these individuals were repentant souls. And so they were kind of like, I've been there, I've done that, and it doesn't work out the way you think it's going to work out. So you need to do it this way. Yeah. And this is the right path that you need to follow. And, of course I didn't follow them most of the time. I did what I wanted to do, but that was one recurring dream that I had when I was younger. And I guess from those dreams, I was able to get the ability to interact with them, which, like I told Sandy, I'm like, go to sleep, redream it. I'll be there and I'll kick their butt for you. And stuff.
Yeah, right. And many people have different gifts and they have different levels of ability to enter into the spirit realm. A lot of people, it will take effort to do it. Some just come by it naturally. Some people, I have one of my children is one of the most prolific dreamers, and every time she dreams, it comes to pass very quickly. She's a very prophetic dreamer. Wow. And so, but the other ones, and of course I wake up and, the rule in my house is do not tell me a dream until I've had coffee. Nobody tells me a dream until I've had at least 1 cup of coffee, because it's so crazy. You wake up and it's like, mommy, mommy, mommy. They were waiting for me to get in, wake up, because they all have a dream, and I'm like trying to remember my dream. Yeah. So, and it's, so all of us do have a different ability to enter in and engage, and some it takes effort and some it doesn't.
Okay, so this is the thing. So obviously how did you get into the dream interpret? Was it basically you were having dreams and you wanted understanding, or did you come across someone? Were you an apprentice?
Yes.
How did you?
Yes. Yeah, it was so weird because I was actually raised Baptist. Mm-hmm. And so I moved from Baptist over to the Vineyard, and so I was a little bit more open to the things of the Spirit, but not a whole lot. And at our church, my husband was pastoring there, and there was a minister, a guy coming, and he was going to teach there. And actually, he was teaching. Their ministry was going to teach on the art of hearing God. Well, I went to Bible school, and I said I boycotted because to go to this was $275, and I was like, absolutely not. Yeah. Meet me out in the hall if you want to learn how to hear from God. I'll show you the Bible. Yeah. And so I just kind of boycotted it. Well, it ended up I was not going to go. I cannot believe they're charging $275 to hear from God. That was ludicrous and just ridiculous, right? So I boycotted the whole thing. Well, the night before, I had a dream, and in the dream, a guy with a beard, a white beard, came out on the stage, and he was holding a white notebook, and he said, "You will travel the world teaching the prophetic word of God." And when he spoke that, it was like lightning went inside my bosom, and I bent over, and I thought to myself in the dream, "Oh my God, Amy, stand up, or people are going to think you have a demon." Yeah. And then the white-haired man on the stage says to me, "My elder will now come out and give you the rest of the word." And Samuel L. Jackson walks across the stage, and then the dream ends, right? And so I thought, how jacked up is that? I
Yeah.
must have watched a Samuel L. Jackson movie, or I didn't know,
Yeah.
Well, the next day was the beginning of this conference, and my husband, being one of the pastors there, said, Amy, you have got to get up there and listen to this guy. You've got to come. This is right up your alley. And I was like, absolutely freaking not, especially since I just boycotted
Yeah, I
it.
boycotted them. Yeah.
So, yeah. So I ended up coming because there was an extra ticket or whatever. So I came, and I was going to critique this whole thing. Well, anyway, the photo, all of a sudden the picture comes up of the head of this ministry, and it's that guy. It's
Oh, wow.
literally him. And I thought,
Wow.
okay, what the holy hell is that?
Yeah.
So I was just like
Yeah.
freaking out. And so what ended up, what happened after that was my whole life fell to hell in a handbasket. And I didn't travel the world teaching the prophetic word of God. In fact, I got pulled out of ministry, and I had a rebellious heart. So I got pulled out of ministry, and my whole life turned upside down. And what I did was I followed this guy's ministry, and I started just hiding away by myself, plugging away on a website called interpretmydream.com. And it was made by this website was the John Paul Jackson. It was his ministry.
Okay.
And probably within 2 months, I was flown up to New Hampshire and hired by their ministry, and I've been traveling and teaching with them, and I actually trained under John Paul himself, and was just traveled with them and learned how to do ministry, what not to do in ministry, and how to interpret dreams. And I figured out, and now listen, here's what's crazy. It can only be God that I can interpret dreams, because I'm as analytical. I spent 20 years in the legal field. I'm as analytical as they come.
Yeah.
And so the fact that I can even understand anything metaphorical is like the rapture is coming. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, even in the legal,
so that's how I got into it.
yeah, I mean, in the legal world and stuff, words have meaning. I mean, everything has a meaning, right?
Yes,
I mean, that's
right.
so
Yeah.
it's now, of course, I think the whole legal profession is based upon the interpretation of the meaning, but everything has meaning.
Right. That's why I must have been great at dream interpretation.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So you were
I know
actually,
what you're saying, but what you really mean is this.
what you really mean. Yeah. I mean, I'm not even going to go there. It depends on what is. That whole life,
right,
which
right.
is funny because I know a lot of people, the layman out there will sit there and look at that and go, that's incredible. But no, from a legal standpoint, it does depend on what is, and so that's weird.
I had a whole lawsuit, $10 million lawsuit, and it spun around one word in the complaint. May, M-A-Y.
Yeah. I believe
whole lawsuit.
I believe it. I mean, one of my, believe it or not, one of my pastimes, I'm an avid reader, and I'm the type of guy that will grab a phone book. And for those young listeners out there was actually a book that had phone numbers in it. You used to get you don't get that anymore. But I was the type of guy that would go and actually read the phone book. And that tells you how crazy. So anything legal, I found that the legal books and everything kind of kept me a little bit entertained a little bit longer. I love reading the legal briefs.
Right.
And it's like, really?
Yeah.
Really? Is that?
Yes,
but,
it's enjoyable.
Yeah. There you go. But no, that's not the purpose of tonight. Tonight we're talking with Amy Coello, right? Coello?
Yeah.
Coello. I'm getting it right. Author of Dreams, which is a great book. You have 3 other books, and plus you have your Eyes to See, 2 being the number 2, see.org. Get out there and take a look at her website. And the other books is How to Talk to the Unchurched and also Dream Symbols. I'll get those up. Were those on Amazon? I didn't see them in the Amazon, your other 2 books. How to Talk.
No, they're just they're Kindle, or no, they're just on my website.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they can go out to your website and get them. Perfect. Yeah, because I try to get the ones that are on Amazon and get them linked up. So if anybody's interested in purchasing those or whatever, feel free to you can go out to Amy's website, or you can actually go out to the midnightocean.com, go to the guest page, click on the Amazon link there. So with that, obviously we don't want to give away all your book. We want people to go out there and buy it. Can you give us a couple of the symbol? You talk about symbolology in the book, certain things have certain, we just said that words have meanings, imagery, a few, can you give us a few of the big ones and what they actually represent?
Yeah. Right. So, and I have a mentorship it's $47 a month. It's a mentorship on dreams. And we go through symbols, and we teach on symbols how to understand dreams and visions. And this month we're doing colors. What does every color mean? What's the positive and the negative of the color? What is some of the stones, the colored stones around the throne mean? Why are they there? And then also, next month we're doing, I think, transportation. And so what is a car? A car would represent the thing that propels you, the thing that moves you forward, the thing that, it could be your education, it could be your family. It's that thing that moves you forward. And the color of the car is very specific. Is it black? Well, the negative symbol to black is death, and the positive symbol to black is of elegance, regal. And so, or is your car red? Then it could be the negative side of that could be anger or lust, and the positive side of that can be power and anointing. So we go through every color. This month we're going through 30 colors actually, and then next month we're doing transportation. And so boats. If you are in a boat, what do the boats mean? How big is the boat? Because boats represent your impact, because oceans represent a sea of people. Right? Yeah. So a sea of people, and the boat, if you're in a rowboat by yourself, then you're just kind of paddling away. You're on your own, right? If you're in a sailboat, then you're there with a group of people. It's talking about your impact from people. And then if you're in a cruise boat, that's going to talk about maybe a denomination, or it's going to talk about a large company. It's going to talk about, things that you're, things of great impact. Your impact's greater. If you're on a bicycle, it's going to talk about your strivings, doing something without strength, doing something without power to it. You're doing it on your own. If you are in a vehicle, or maybe you're in a work truck just speaks about your work life. If you're in a dump, maybe your car is in a garage, well, that's where you park. That's where you're parked, and you don't want to be parked in a dream. You want to be moving forward. You always want to be moving forward. You don't want to be going backwards. Going upstairs is awesome. Going downstairs, not so much. So it's, a lot of times if you go downstairs into your basement, you're talking about going into the deep things of your heart. Maybe you're talking about maybe some healing that needs to take place, maybe some foundational issues that need to be changed. But if you're going into the attic and you're going upstairs, you're going into, maybe you're reaching into lineage, history, family things, maybe family lineage you're tapping into, a family lineage gift that you're tapping into. And so every element of a dream means something. And people always ask me, well, does every symbol mean it? Yes. You know why? Because he's so specific. God is so specific that he counts every hair on your head and holds every tear in his hand, right? So he's very detailed about everything. Even when he built the ark, every inch was detailed, everything. So he is very detailed, and every symbol means something. But I tell people when they first start interpreting the dreams, do two things. Well, three things. You want to title the dream. You want to give a title to it. You don't want a two-word title. You want a verb and a noun, because that verb is going to give you your action. So if you're falling, then I would ask the dreamer, where in your life do you feel out of control at? Maybe the other symbols around you falling is going to give me an idea of where you're feeling insecure. Maybe you're falling at work. Maybe you're falling off your work truck. Or if you are, and then you want to get the noun too. So you're going to have a verb and a noun. And then you want to know the feeling, because the feeling is going to tell you, are these symbols negative or are they positive? And then you want to identify quickly. You want to identify the feeling, you want to identify the noun, and you want to identify the pervading action of the dream. I just had a dream the other day come in, yesterday come in, and the guy was going around murdering people. And he actually murdered the dreamer. The dreamer actually died in her sleep. And so, and those are kind of uncommon. I'll tell you, those are kind of uncommon. She was freaking out, and I had to kind of calm her down.
Well, hold on. So you had a person who dreamt that they killed another person, and that person physically died?
No.
Oh.
In the dream.
In the dream, okay.
There was a guy going around killing people, and then he killed her, and she died in the dream, which is usually it's actually highly unusual.
Okay, so she passed away. Okay, so in her dream, how do you? You know, I've had dreams that actually raises a good point. I've had dreams where I have been, you know, the airplane. You know, it's amazing because you talk about the boat. I would think I'd have more boat dreams because I love my boats. But all my dreams when I'm traveling usually involve an airplane, and the airplane will crash. Now I've had dreams where the airplane crashed and I was dead in the dream, and I came back. Well, I didn't come back, but I was like a spirit, like hovering over where the craft and stuff. And then when I woke up, I was, the paralyzing dream where I couldn't move, and I'm sitting there in bed, and and you're like, am I dead? And it takes like 2 or 3 minutes for your body to, I guess get in sync for all your nerve endings to fire and your body start to, it's like the terrifying dream where you just can't, I've had those too, where you see a demon or something. And, I wanted to talk about that because I think, we talked about the Christian and God talking to you, but I think you make it pretty clear too, that Satan, the devil, can talk to you in your dreams as well.
Right. Absolutely. Can feed your thoughts or just show up in your room.
Yeah. I mean, I think the terror dreams and stuff that people have, and I've had them. I mean, obviously, how do you, because Satan is a great manipulator, how do you know that God's talking to you or Satan is manipulating you? What is there any symbology that you need to be looking for, things that kind of key you in and say, hey, look, I'm not talking to the man I should be talking to. I'm talking to Satan.
Yes. So common. And so one of the things we teach people all the time is that just like the enemy cannot read your thoughts, right? He can only feed your thoughts. He cannot read them. He can only feed them. He studies your patterns and your behaviors. But your thoughts are God, between you and God. Now, you can have your human perception thoughts where what you think on, you can think on negative things and then negative things happen. But your thoughts are between you and God and yourself, you and God. And so a lot of times he will feed our dreams also. He will feed our dreams, and we can tell they don't ever come in color. They're usually black and white. They're very muted, and they always have an element that isn't very grounded biblically. And I'll tell you, I cannot tell you how many times people have come to me and said, oh, I dreamed that I married the pastor's wife. I married the pastor, right? Well, the pastor's married. And so we understand that you can't, that's not biblical. So we know that isn't God. Now, what is God is that usually she's coming into alignment with his name, the meaning of his name. It's not about if you have a person in your dream, you have to ask 3 things. Is this person literal? Is this person's name mean something to me? What's the meaning of the name? And is this person, what about their gift? Or what do I think about them, positive or negative? What's the first thought I think of them? Usually it's their name, and I'll tell you why. God loves names. He changed names in the Bible. He has a new name waiting for us. There's always name changes, right? Yeah. And so the reason why is because names are so very, very important to God. And so he uses names symbolically, just like they were in the Bible. They were always very symbolic according to where they were or what they were doing or what they were called to be, right? And so very, very rarely are people who show up in your dreams literal. Very rarely.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I've ever really, all the years. Yeah, the more you think about it, I don't. I'll see, maybe a past grandparent or something of that nature, but it's not, they're not a key figure in the dream. You're correct. The more I go back and I look at my dreams and think about them, they're usually strangers or people that I don't know or things of that nature. Yeah. Yeah. And if they are,
and if you don't know them,
Yeah.
if you don't know them and they're faceless, it's usually demonic or angelic. And angelic always comes alongside of you to help you and to walk with you through something or to guide you and lead you.
See, and that was
a demonic being in your dreams.
See, and that was the thing when I was younger, when I shared with you that the dream of the younger, I always had that figure that I never saw their face. They wore the casque, the robe, the casque, and you never saw their face. You never saw any part of their feature of their body. They, had a very strong presence, very, very, it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't as scary. I mean, if I met that person on the side of the road or something, I would probably be scared. But in my dreams, it wasn't. It was kind of like an overseer, kind of like they were there just to kind of oversee, to make sure, almost like,
watchman.
Yeah, like a guard, like they were a guard for the other two. The more I think about it, that's more like he was there to guard them. And I, like I said, I always had a feeling as I grew older and we want to wrap understanding around things. And so I've always, when I got older, I haven't had those dreams. Those were when I was a kid. I stopped having those, years ago, but I remember them vividly, obviously, talking about them now.
Right.
And, the more I think about it, it was like he was the guard to make sure that the two kept in line, that they didn't, do anything, out of line with me. Yeah. Give me bad advice. Right. And all of their advice, when I go back to it and think about it, because I can remember it all, was an advice that you would get from someone who was of spiritual, or someone who was more of, hey, look, I've been there, I've done that. This is not the way you want to live your life.
Right.
And so that was crazy. So, Amy, I appreciate your time and stuff. Do you have another 30 minutes you can give us? I know you're traveling, so I want to be.
I do. I'm just driving. Yep, I'm just driving.
You're just driving. All right. Well, let's.
I got all night. Someone needs to keep me awake.
Well, I'll keep you. We can do this. I can. It's funny when I do 4-hour show, people go, "How can you do a 4-hour show?" It's like, it's not that hard, and especially when you got entertaining guests and stuff. So I want to let everybody out there know that I am we are speaking with Amy Coello, author of Dreams. Great book. I thoroughly love your book. I don't want to give away all your book, because I want people to go out there and buy it. This is a book, and I'm going to say this to a lot of our listeners out there. If you're going to own a book, a paperback book, this is one that you want to have in your collection. Get the actual physical hard. I made the mistake of, I got the Kindle version, and I'm going to go buy the physical version, because this is a book that you can write. For me, more than I'm talking with you, Amy, I'm realizing that I need to start writing, because you do go into the descriptive mode, and, these colors mean these numbers mean this and that. And I need to start writing in there, like the numbers and things that I'm seeing and stuff. But, the name of the book is Dreams, A Window into Your Destiny. And, with author Amy and dream expert, I should say, Coello. And we'll just roll right on it. If you want to speak with Amy, give us a call at 312-588-1200. That's area code 312-588-1200. And we'll just roll on. Like I said, I don't have to worry about any radio breaks or anything on this one. So we'll just continue to talk. I don't know. I want someone to call in and give you one of their dreams and have you, I'm curious. I'm selfish is what it is. I want to know, because I know I gave you two. Well, can we talk about the first dream? I think the first dream that I gave about me standing outside the NABA I think that's pretty self-evident, or unless you're going to tell me, no, it's not. Do you remember that dream? Oh no. Amy, are you there? Did we lose you? Oh Lord. Yeah. So that's the nice thing about being live. We're live. So we'll let Amy join back in and everything. And as we're doing that, if you want to speak with Amy, give us a call at 312-588-1200. That's 312-588-1200. And get you on the air. You can talk with Amy. If she give her a dream, maybe she can interpret it for you and everything. We'll try to do our best. Amy, are you back?
I am here.
That is this, you
Can
got
you hear
to,
me?
yeah, I can hear you. You've got to be you're
Okay.
driving. Yeah, you're driving. So you're switching from tower to tower.
No, but I'm not. It's not leave. Yeah, it's not dropping me. I can still hear you. I can hear you, but you can't hear me.
Oh, wow. Huh.
Yeah, just all of a sudden you can't hear me anymore for some reason.
That is weird. I'll have to, okay. Well,
It is weird.
see, and that's the thing is I got to go, that's that whole software versus hardware thing. I go back to the hardware.
Yeah,
and,
right.
And everything.
Yeah.
But,
well, tell me again about the NAB dream.
Yeah. So,
I'd like to hear you say it.
So I had, I've had a reoccurring dream. I how do I say this? When I first moved to Chicago, I had the opportunity. I did a podcast before podcasts were actually podcasts. They were shoutcasts. And I did, it was a 3-person show. It was me and 2 other guys. And it was actually, we talked about politics and we talked about different things. This is like in the early 90s. This is how far back this goes. And when I started doing that, I had a dream that I was standing in front of the National Association of Broadcasters, which actually they have a physical museum in Chicago. And because, most of the late great WGN and all that. So I had a dream that I was always standing on the steps. And, the NAB is built, it's in I'm going to paint the picture. It's right down Michigan Avenue. It's the old Roman kind of brick or block rock building. So it's kind of majestic in nature and stuff. And I always had a dream whenever I need to get back to radio or have anything to do with radio, that dream always comes up. It started when I first moved to Chicago, my first set of podcasts that we started to do, online shows. I had that dream. Then when I started my second political podcast show that we did years ago out of Chicago, right before I actually got into doing that, because I was kind of on the fence, had that same dream. And then when I was talking to my buddy, JJ McCartney, on his show, and I had a lot of friends trying to get me back in doing podcasts and everything to get back on the air, I had once again, I had the same dream. And that is the dream that caused me to start this show back up, because that seems to be the signal for me that you got to get back into the radio. And it was a dream where I'm standing on the steps. I'm looking, I'm looking at the NAB sign on the side of the building, but the thing is the dream never has me actually go into the building. I just stand there. I'm just standing there looking at the building, looking up at it, kind of at awe and everything. And, it to me, it just means, my desire to be on radio. That's,
right. It talks about your desire. And then it also talks about, sometimes we walk away from things because we don't see the impact that we think we could make if we were inside. Right?
Yeah.
And so it may also speak to the, and also it being a museum it really kind of talks about and was telling you, hey, there's some new things coming. This is old. This is the old style. This is the old way.
Yeah.
There's more innovative things coming on the horizon. And so don't get inside and get attached. I keep you on the outside, on the fringe, so that I can use you to be a voice to those that I have a message for.
Yeah. Oh, wow. See, to me, it was just one of these things that, the way I interpret it, and that is so refreshing to hear you say it, because the way I interpret it is that I always felt that, that I'll never be part of that group. I'll never be part of the mainstream. And that is my desire as a young kid. Sandy and I, we did DJs. for dances. Like I said, I worked tried to get a job at the radio station. My uncle was, my uncle Kosaski his name was Polka Joe, was a successful polka DJ at his radio. I always wanted to be in that industry. The problem is I just never, you got to pay bills, and my talents,
Right.
rested in other areas. And, but it's refreshing for you to say, because the podcasting, let's face it, we're international. I can go anywhere in the world. Anybody can listen to us. And, it's funny because I hear so many podcasters who sit back and they say they want to be syndicated. And what syndication means basically is money. Now I can start charging for ads and stuff like that. See, to me, would it be nice to be syndicated? Yeah, because it gets our message out there a lot more. But the other part of it too is I had an opportunity. Well, when I had my other podcast, we were going syndication, and the problem when you go syndicated, they control your message. They really do. Like our show that we're doing here would be a great show for normal mainstream radio. We have some other shows though, I can tell you flat out, you could never get on radio. But people need to hear it because, they just need to hear the message, right, wrong, or different. It's not that it's dirty or it's not, what's his name? Who's the, gosh, it's really crazy. Howard Stern. Yeah, well, it's not Howard Sternish. Yeah, it's not Howard Sternish. It's just that some of our topics are on fringe, and they don't align with the government, and they would never, the FCC.
Right.
So that's refreshing though that you say that, because see, I would have never have thought that. I was thinking, I want to be part of the big boy group. I can't be part of it, and I'll never be part of it. But you're telling me that God's telling me you don't want to be part of that. I have another way for you. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Right.
So if you guys, we got quite a few listeners on YouTube and also on the thing. If you'd like to speak with Amy, give us a call at 312-588-1200. The lines are open. And, we'll just kind of continue on. I'm sure someone will pop in here. That's the other thing. Do you find people have a hard time talking about their dreams?
I do, especially when I I take that back. Everybody wants to talk about their dreams. However, they don't talk about, especially when you're in the circle that I run in, it's very, very common. Everyone's dreaming. We're all being led by God in our dreams. And so especially with my mentorship group, we teach them how to listen to their dreams. It's not just a mentorship group about dreaming. It's actually taking you from dream to launch. So if you were to have that dream in my group, I would say, okay, you're clearly called to radio. And what would happen is we would take you through a process of watching your dreams and learning them, walking through them, and seeing where and what path you're supposed to be taking. And actually giving you lessons, because one of the things I find are people who are called, they feel like, oh my gosh, I have a message, I have a voice now, and then they hang a shingle out on, and they don't do the due diligence to see what their, market viability, target audience. They don't do, how do I connect an autoresponder to my, they just don't. So we're there to take you from the dream to the launch. It's like Joseph, right? Joseph had a dream that his brothers would bow down to him. And then what happened? His life completely turned upside down, and it looks completely opposite of that, just like in my life, too. And in many times, when people have that calling dream or that assignment dream, it's like they like have this aha moment that this is what I'm supposed to do, and then all hell breaks loose around them, and they give up because they don't have anyone to support them and pull them over the finish line. And so we have a great group, about 40 people, that we get together regularly, and we just talk about dreams and what that means. And now we're just now entering into our launching phase, which is, hey, how do we get through the inner healing part? And I'll tell you why a lot of people have dark dreams or terror dreams. I haven't had a nightmare, and I can't even tell you how long. My kids don't have nightmares. And one of the things I hear a lot when I travel and speak in my Q&A days are that their kids are just having night terrors. Mm-hmm. And my children do not, and they have not. And I'll tell you why. when you first start, when you're younger, you have dreams that are a lot more connected, to God. We're a lot less cynical. We're a lot less judgmental. We're a lot less negative stuff.
Yeah.
And so you'll have more dreams that you're aware of, and you're more open to the spirit, positive and negative. But you're going to absorb the spirit of your parents. And so whatever doors your parents open up for you are the doors that you're opening up for your kids. So if you think you're there watching porn or rated R movie and you think it's not going to affect your kids, you are absolutely wrong. They are picking it up in their spirit, and they're absorbing it. And I can promise you, if you're engaged in pornography, I can promise you your kids are having night terrors or scary dreams. So what happens is that as you become aware of your dreams are kind of scary. They're nightmares. People show up in your room, dark, shadowy figures, dark at the end of your bed. They sit on your bed. They're in your room. Or they're chasing you, pinning you down, whispering stuff in your ear, all that. But as you walk through the inner healing part, so that's when you start to get clean, right? And when you become aware of it, that, oh, wait a minute, God's speaking to me, he's trying to tell me something. What is this? So when you start to pine after prophecy, pine after dreams, what happens is you become cleaner, and your dreams move you into an inner healing process.
Yeah.
And as you get into the inner healing process, then it's very intrinsic. All the dreams are about you. They're about your broken heart, your broken soul, your broken mindset. It's just about getting you to a place where, like Joseph, what everybody thought his brothers were going to bow down to him, but what did God have in mind for him? He said, no, Joseph, I want a whole nation to bow down to you. Right? And so we have to remain detached from the outcome and the message, because what you think you want, the NAB, is not where God, that impact is so much greater than that.
Yeah.
And so if we go through the inner healing part of it, and we go through that, then and remain detached from the outcome of what we think it is, because it usually looks nothing like that, and it's usually a lot better.
Yeah.
And then your dreams become cleaner, more clear, and a lot more extrinsic, meaning they're about other people, because now we've moved in from a intrinsic dream life, where it's all about you and your family, to an extrinsic dream life, where you're actually governing people. There's a governance that comes upon you that moves you into management, supervisory, because you've been paying attention to your dreams. You've gotten healthy, you've gotten better, you've been making better choices, and then all of a sudden you find yourself being promoted, and you find yourself being given opportunities that you didn't think would happen or that you deserved at a core belief level, and now you're ready to launch, right? You're ready to go into your product, service, ministry, invention, whatever it is,
Gotcha.
that God has for you. And that's what we do in our mentorship. We take you from the dream to launch.
Gotcha. Definitely, that's something that's very, I'm intrigued about, and sold. where do I sign up? Because, the thing is, like with me, is that everybody asks is, how can you do a show? How can you do a 4-hour show, the show that you do and stuff? I didn't go to college for radio broadcasting. I didn't go for any media or anything like that. And, I just do it. And for me, I just start at the beginning and just say, all right, it's kind of like I'm how do you say, a vessel? It's just, the questions and the things that I ask people, I'm going to share this with you. I'm going to share this with my listeners. It comes to me. These questions aren't, it's not like I'm not one to write these things down. I'm sitting here and the thing is that it just comes to me. And for me, I know where that comes from. That's not me talking.
Right.
That's right.
That's right. Because you get off and you think, wow, that was amazing.
Yeah.
You step back and go, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Not because you're egotistical, because you didn't do it.
Yeah,
it's the same thing with dream interpretation. I interpret a dream and I step back and go, whoa, that was great.
Yeah.
Someone taking notes, because that was good.
Yeah.
Because I know it's not me.
Yeah. Yeah. Even with the technical difficulties, like most people would throw them off and stuff. It's just like, just push on. No big deal. And so the only concern I have, obviously, with the flavor of the type of shows that we're going to be doing, because, I love the spiritual nature shows. I mean, can't go wrong there. But we are going to be on the fringe. We're going to be talking, like, later on in the week, we're going to be talking to an exorcist, a demonologist, and stuff like that. Because the way I look at it is, and I think between last night's show and speaking with you, the devil's real, Satan's real.
Yes.
He wants to own your soul. He wants to command your life. He wants to ruin the fruits of your labor. He wants to lay them rotten and bare. And so I gotta talk to these people. But one of the concerns,
Right.
one of the, those types of authors and stuff, but most of the authors that I do talk to that are biblical foundation, and they're just saying, look, we're fighting the battle. We're the warriors. We're the ones that are out there that are fighting these battles and stuff. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna have a LeVay or anybody like that on the show ever. And because I just, why? But one of the concerns I did have is when I start having those shows and everything, how do I protect myself? Because we are talking, these are spiritual conversations, which are great, but I will be talking, some very dark topics. So how does a person protect themselves? I know that we had you have a prayer or a saying that you say, hey, God, help me interpret this. But is there a prayer or something that someone should say that protects them and says, please keep, keep the faceless ones away? and
Yes. When I tell people as they go to sleep that we bless the room, we make sure that our house, there's a blessing over our home. We make sure that there's nothing being played through our home. Media is not coming in that can disrupt our spirit. That's our sanctuary, and it needs to be a sanctuary. We've got so much crap going on out in the world. Yeah. But then I also just praise God, a hedge of protection. Now, I'll tell you, I don't have dark dreams. I don't have scary dreams. I don't have anything like that, and have it in years and years and years.
Yeah.
And so, I just pray a hedge of protection, a hedge of fire, and that the angels would guard my room and guard me. And that's what we tell people when they're struggling with demonic dreams, that I tell my clients this: your light is greater than their darkness every day of the week.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep, so. I agree. I think, like, you just got to ask. I mean, I think it's as simple as just asking.
Yeah.
God, protect me. Protect me from this. And I do that. I mean, I'll be, like I said, we deal in some very dark, sinister stuff, or we will be, and I'll be the first one to tell you the first thing I'm going to say is, number one, let's make it a good show. But number two, at the end of the show, is like, please protect me. I mean, and that's protect my family and everything like that. There's times, like I said, there's, just reading some of the books. Obviously I read the books from my authors. I'm reading a couple now, and I'm reading these books, and it's disturbing. I mean, it literally, it rocks. It disturbs you. It really does. When you, when you do this, and you have to be able to do that, because I can see those imagery and stuff coming into my dreams, and so I do push them out.
Yeah,
I do push them out, and everything.
And I think there's also there's a grace when you have a message too, that when you have a call and assignment into a certain area, there's a grace over your life for that, or there's not, and you're not supposed to be there, and you're striving in your own strength, and when that happens, you open the door to every evil thing. And so when you are called into a dark area, I know that I was called as a missionary to the New Agers. And so when I, as a missionary, you study your culture. I was a missionary in Honduras for a number of years. I studied Spanish, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you study the language, you study the culture. And what I found was, as I went into the New Age community, I went, oh, man, they understand it. Like, they truly get it. They get it. The only difference between me and them is that their satellite is off. They believe that all that power comes from within, and it didn't. Or you wouldn't have been in the situation that had to lead you to try to find that power. So, the only thing that we feel like they're missing is really just a higher revelation, which is Christ and Christ alone. And so it's low-level revelation. That's what they're operating as. But however, what they've learned is how to operate in the spiritual principles. That's what they've learned, and that's why they're so powerful, and that's why they're all at peace. I've never met a New Ager that just wasn't at peace, right? But how many Christians do you know that just live in absolute hell?
Oh.
They're gossipy, critical, judgmental, angry, bitter, and then they put on this mask and blessed and winning, brother. How are you? Blessed and winning. But their whole lives are falling apart around them, right?
Yeah, Jimmy.
Right? And so,
Jimmy Buffett's favorite line. There's a fine line between Saturday and Sunday morning, correct?
Yeah, right. And so, I think that that you have I have a grace for that as I went into the New Age, that I didn't get swept up. As I went into the New Age and studied the culture and studied what they were doing, I asked God to put one of those, I said, put a spiritual rope around my ankle, and I'm going in. If I get too deep, pull me out. That was my prayer.
That's it. It's funny because, as a young person and stuff, people, you're always searching. And I think that's the beauty in God, is that he gives you the ability, to search and stuff. And I did the New Age thing. I looked at the crystals and did all of that, and the hippie and lived in the woods and stuff, and the Indian shamanism, and obviously, and then like I said, it's kind of, and I'm not gonna discredit or discount anybody's experiences in that, but I think that you're absolutely right. Is that it does take fundamentally a fundamental spiritual person to be able to participate in that. But your satellite's off, right? You're missing the mark on where it's actually coming from. And I can agree with that. I mean, absolutely. And stuff. And I'm learning that the world and everything is created by God, and so it is mystery. It is, it doesn't mean that we have to understand everything. I mean, I've been studying the headstones and stuff, and the ley lines, and how those have powers and stuff. And it doesn't, and a lot of people would associate that with New Age stuff. Well, no, not necessarily. I mean, you could have energy forces and stuff that God put in place. Who knows what those are for? You don't know God's and what's really funny is I always go back when I start seeing stuff like that in my life. I start questioning that. There's always a phrase that comes back, and I don't know where it comes out of the Bible, but it says, I'll build a nation upon them. You worry about you. Yeah. And that's kind of what God gives me the message. He's like, don't worry about all these little intrinsic things. Let me worry about that, and you worry about you. Yeah. And that's his way of grounding. Right. And I hear that. So there you go. And I'm wide awake when I hear those messages. So can you dream in a wake state? Is it possible?
You can, yes. So the ultimate goal would be that your dream life and your wake life are the same. They're intermingled, and we actually see that happen when we have deja vu. Deja vu is just the spirit and the natural colliding together. And a lot of times in Job 33 it says, "And he sealeth my instructions, upon my bed, he sealeth my instructions." And so we know in our dream, and so we know that some dreams are just sealed, and we don't remember them. And it's okay. You don't have to go chasing smoke. As you wake up, you try to remember the dream, and it vanishes. It's like, we call that chasing smoke. You don't have to do that. The dreams that God has for you, you're going to remember them. And if you're not remembering them, it's because you stopped listening to him somewhere down the road. And you need to repent, get back to that place of asking forgiveness, because it is a viable way to hear from God. And then all of a sudden, those dreams open back up. And then a lot of times, too, in different seasons of your life, you dream some, you don't dream a whole lot. Right now, I'm in a season where I'm dreaming a little bit more. And that's usually because I'm working on everybody else's dream, and I only sleep 3 to 4 hours a night recently. So that's kind of hard on your body. And so getting a good night's sleep, taking some essential oils that that will help relax you and get you into that meditative state. And yes, you're dreaming, you're awake, and we call those day states, and that's the same thing. We are
Yeah, Amy, we're breaking up again here. Let me look. Oh, yeah, I'm losing you. I've lost you again on the, here we go. Yep, coming back in. Hey, Amy.
Yeah.
See,
Can you hear me?
yeah, they didn't want us to, they didn't want to hear, no, I can hear you fine. They didn't want you to talk about the deja vu dreams and everything, because I think those
Yeah,
are pretty
right.
powerful. And so I've had
They are powerful.
I've
yeah.
had deja vu dreams, and I kid you not, I will, you know, the serious stuff. I don't put my hand on the Bible and swear to it, because I think that's somewhat blasphemy. My thing today, I have a guest that's coming on tomorrow. I had a dream 3 months ago of he called in and he's like, "Hey, I'll call and I'll help you set up your system today." He's a computer guy, great guy. I had that dream, and what it was is, in the dream that I had 3 months ago and everything, we actually got into a subject and we ended up upsetting each other. And it wasn't like anything, but it kind of carried over to that night show, to the next show. So today, when I was sitting there looking at the screen, and I'm like, if he calls in and we go through with him helping us the way that he's saying and stuff, I remember that image. I remember that image on the screen, because he was actually going to help me sync up the YouTube and everything. And I remembered how that conversation went, and it led to, you know, us not liking each other. We like each other, you know, and we talk to each other. But there was something that was said. I don't know what was said, but there was something in the thing, and it might have been politics or beliefs, but something that like ticked us off, and that kind of led into a bad situation on the interview tomorrow. So do you know what I did? I said, you know, I appreciate it and stuff, but let me work on this on my own. I just completely avoided the situation. So it was, that is weird that we're talking about this. And it just dawned on me as you were saying that. I remember with Eric, you know, oh, there you go. You know, a warning. I was given a warning.
Right.
That is,
and so Job 33 says he sealeth the instructions in your dreams. And so what happens is it'll unlock for you. What happens is it just unlocks.
Yes.
And deja vu is that feeling that you've been there before, right?
Yes.
Because you have, because you were, and because you will be. Right? It is. It just is. It's all of that, because there's no such time in the spirit realm. We're only bound by time, but our spirit is not bound by time. And so that it's like the supernatural and the natural kind of collide together real quick. And it's to let you know that, hey, you are on the right path. You are tracking it. Come on, chase me. You know, here we are right here.
Wow. See, there you go. Well, hey, Amy, I think we got a call here. Call from Idaho. Let's go ahead and caller, before I bring you on the line, I ask that you know, there is a delay, so please turn off what you're listening to, and mention just your first name only. Don't need the last name. We don't want to get that much into your business and everything, but you're on the air with Amy. Idaho caller, are you there?
Hi, Jeff, and this is Jen. Hi, Amy. I think you're fascinating, and I can't wait to buy your book.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Absolutely. I thought it was really cool that you had a dream with Samuel Jackson in it, and then you eventually ended up actually going somewhere where you were mentored by John Paul Jackson. And I thought that's really cool to get the same, you know, someone with the same last name. But anyways, I don't have anything that anything that obvious. But
the funny thing is, did you, Amy? Was it the Pulp Fiction Samuel L. Jackson that you saw, or you know, was it the?
It was. It was. Yeah. It was like a younger Samuel L. Jackson, and you know, Samuel was headed up the group, the School of Prophets, right?
Yeah.
And Jackson, of course, was John Paul Jackson. A year later, it was actually a year later, I was working for him. And so now I'm building up a school of prophets. That's what I do. And so it was interesting because Samuel, there he was. And when we have celebrities in dreams, the very first thing that you do when you have a celebrity in a dream is go look up the meaning of their first name and the meaning of their last name and how it correlates to the dream. Now, if you're kissing them, having sex with them, shaking hands with them, so if you are marrying them, you're coming into covenantal relationship with the meaning of that name. If you are shaking hands with them, you're coming into agreement with them, or you're thinking about it. If you're kissing them, you're coming into agreement. If you're hugging, there's a transference of anointing or spirit. If you're having sex with them, there's coming into an alignment with them. And so you look at that, and then then you can also look at go to their Wikipedia and just kind of scan down and see if there's a weightedness. You know, you can feel it. It's kind of like a weightedness when you read something. It's like, oh, kind of like that weightedness because that's a message to you.
That's good. I wanted to tell you about my dream that I had. Well, this is what happened in the natural. My mom passed away 5 years ago, and it's about monthly. I have dreams that we're sitting. I see dead people. That sounds terrible, but I feel like the kid in that movie. But we're always around food. You know, whether it's at the grocery store, I see someone that passed away, or else usually it's with my mom, and I absolutely love it. I treasure those dreams. And I don't talk to her. I'm usually watching, like, in third person. I'm seeing myself sitting with her, and we're sipping coffee, and we're talking. And it just really blesses me. And I'm like, oh, thank you, God. You know, when I wake up, it's a good thing, but it's been happening a lot. Now, when she passed away, I remember I was like, they're like, we can't shut the casket until you leave because I was the last one there. And I said, I can't. And this is true. This is in real life. I said, I can't feel my right leg. And it seriously felt like when they shut that casket, my right leg went with it because they were saying, oh, this is a sign of MS. This is a sign of MS. And now it's just like full blown. And so now I do have something to assist me with walking. But I've been having this dream about her, and we're laughing and having coffee. And I'm like tempted to talk to her if it happens again and say, can I please have that leg back? Because, there's no bitterness. I forgive her, but it's just so weird how the two, it was just coincidental how that happened, and at the same time that she passed. Awesome. Okay.
So the dream would represent that, we do see those who have crossed over in our dreams because it's spirit-to-spirit communication, and there is no time or space in the spirit realm. They usually come back to bring us three things: a gift, a message, or comfort. And in your case, she's talking to you. So what's happening is she's actually speaking into your spirit. There is a spiritual communication that's happening. And you're more than welcome to ask her what she's doing or if she's there, and did she come to bring you something. Usually it's part of your inheritance. Now, your leg issue is interesting because when we have physical ailments, it all stems from a spiritual root. And so if you, and I'll give you an example. I was having a severe piriformis syndrome, and that is in your buttocks going down your leg. It was so bad that when I drove, I would literally be sweating and crying within 10 minutes. They told me it was CrossFit, and I needed to quit CrossFit. I tried to quit CrossFit, and it got worse. And so I thought, okay, well, it's not CrossFit, so I can keep going. And it was just no one could figure out what it was or where it came from. I went to therapist after physical therapist. I was on 3 800 milligrams a day of Tylenol and 3 lidocaine patches just to drive. Well, I went to another therapist, a physical therapist, actually a chiropractor, a prophetic chiropractor. And as we were sitting there, he said, he put this shaky thing. He uses this real vibration thing, and he put it on my my tailbone, and he said, I just sense that there's trauma has happened in your tailbone. And I said, no, I don't think so. He's like, somewhere in your life you've had trauma on your tailbone. And I was like, well, I mean, I skated when I was little. I'm sure I fell, but he's like, nope. I see tremendous amount of crying. And I'm like thinking, I'm an adult now. I don't typically fall in Jesus' name. And so I'm like thinking, I just don't know where that would come from. Well, he said, roll over and ask the Lord what it is. And so I prayed, and he still had this vibration thing. And I prayed and I said, what is this, God? And I had a vision, 3 visions, the same exact vision over and over. And I saw the hands grab onto a carpet that I was standing on and pull the carpet out from under me, or pull the rug out from under me. And it happened 3 times. And I was like, I just immediately started crying. And he said, do you sense something? And I said, it's not like physical, but can I tell you it's metaphorical? And he said, yes, that's it. Do you know, we prayed through it. Do you know, I got up from the table and I have not had a problem since, because I recognized what was happening, the root. And so
God, that's
your right
awesome.
leg,
that's awesome.
Your right leg represents your call to walk, right? And the right represents the spiritual. Your spiritual side, and your left represents your natural side. And so in this instance, you're having trouble walking in the spirit realm. And I sense that it has something to do with your parent that or your mother that maybe that was not, when you were younger, there was something that happened, and maybe there was some issues that you had with her and because of those issues, that yes, you have forgiven, but they caused hindrance in your walk. It's a hindrance. And I promise you, as you go through and you figure out with God what those things are, and you walk with him through the healing of that and the trauma, the spiritual trauma from it, you'll be healed from your leg issue.
Wow, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much. That's good. I will do that.
Oh, thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I never really, you thought about that, like physical ailments and things of that nature being rooted in spiritual.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And
yeah,
I think,
well, I had another incident, crazy incident. I went back to him one time because now I was having this pain in the front hip, and I thought, well, maybe it just moved over and it wasn't healed. So then I was having this pain in my right hip, and I thought, went in, and I'm like, listen, now I'm having pain here. And so we did the same thing. He put the vibration thing on. He asked, what he says is, what is it? Ask God what it is. And all of a sudden, after like 10 minutes, I heard curses against your parenting. And I was like, what? And so I got up, I'm like, this is going to be so weird. But I was like, it's like words, curses against judgments against my parenting. And he goes, yep, that's it. And we prayed through it. And all this stuff, because, your hip is where you carry your children at.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
And it was completely healed after that. Never had a problem since.
Judgment in your parenting. Was it like
yeah.
You were judging yourself, or
someone had judged, someone was speaking against my parenting. Someone was judging me.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
And that's actually, we talk about that. It's not uncommon to be cursed by other individuals.
Right.
So you can actually carry that with you, that curse.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes. And here's why. I have a friend of mine who wrote a book called The Believer's Guide to Law of Attraction. And she teaches on words and how powerful words are. And when you speak blessing, and you've seen all the Dr. Komodo deal,
yep,
where he has a jar, of water, and he writes the word thank you on it, which is the highest vibration, the word with the highest vibration levels on it, frequency. And then he writes another word, hate, or you're stupid, on another one, right?
Yeah.
And the word with hate, stupid, and this is water. Now remember, we are 70% water?
Yeah. Yep.
And the water crystals are actually gray and fractured, whereas the ones that say thank you and bless you and I love you are full of color and fractals. Not fractures, but fractals. Yeah. And they're gorgeous. And what it's telling you is that just even labeling, or the law of observation, if I view you a certain way, you're going to behave a certain way.
Yes.
Because your thought and your words, God created the world with his words, and so we are co-creators with Christ with our words, And our words are so powerful that they can actually cause physical ailment in another human being.
Yeah. No, I absolutely. And that was one thing in your book. I saw that where they did the, where you showed that. And I was amazed, one of the things that, I have to watch out, and it's weird because of my, obviously my ability to communicate, my ability to talk and stuff. Sandy, and people around me tell me that my words, I mean, I'm a big guy. I mean, I'm linebacker size. I could play professional football if I wanted to. Well, I can't now. I'm too old. But I mean, I'm at that size. I'm a lineman. I'm an offensive lineman size. And so, but what's really wild is that everybody that knows me knows it's my words and that I say that actually could do the most damage. And I have to watch that because especially, I got daughters. I have 3 daughters. I got 2 granddaughters and 1 grandson. I've been blessed. We've been blessed with grandbabies already and everything. And I have to watch what I say because I think my gift is my words, the words that and it's kind of weird. It's kind of like I have to just watch what I say to my children. Hannah, my youngest daughter, I never, ever had to punish her, spank or anything. I could just look at her and say a word and she would just completely, you would think that I beat her. And no, I never laid it, never touched her, never had to. I just, word. And Sandy will say is that she's like, you got to watch out what you say because you can put some words together and it's not cussing or anything derogatory. It's the way that I can put words together to get into your head and just make you feel like, dude, and I got to watch that because like I said, there's a gift in order to do what we do on the air to extract information. Well, part of that is getting into people, in the listeners' heads and stuff and being able to extract and formulate questions to ask you so you can answer their questions and they feel engaged. And, it's a gift, but part of that, it's scary. It really is. I mean, like I said, I can tear you up.
It's your greatest strength. It's your greatest strength and your greatest weakness.
Yeah. Yeah. Because words do hurt too. I mean, they do. They absolutely. So, we talked about, obviously the dreams and everything. I do want to talk a little bit. I mean, if you got, obviously you're driving, obviously use that word. I already see my speech coach is going to get on me and say, drop the word, obviously.
Mine just texted me and told me that she's counting my
ums.
She just texted that, she texted it to me about an hour ago.
I don't worry about it because I Toastmasters, that tears me up. I do the same thing. What they call those dead words. Those are dead words. Those are words for those that don't know that are out there listening. I'll give you a little inside talk. People that are on the radio, people that are on TV, what happens is your mind gets in front of your mouth. And so what happens is your body or your body has to, because you think because in our business, dead air, no air is bad air. So your body thinks or your mind thinks that you got to continually have sound. And so what it does is it fills those sound with what they call dead words. And a lot of broadcasters, you'll hear, they'll say, see, and they feel that's how they feel it. And it's crazy. I'll go back and do a studio check and I'll count how many I've done. There you go. See, there you go.
They make me do that and I can't do it. I hate it.
It drives me nuts.
But see, in my defense, I was a public speaker for many, many years, but I was under a person that was highly, highly influential with an international organization. So I didn't have to watch out for my words because the influence was already there. I didn't have to deal with credibility issues because my credibility was who I was working with.
Sure.
And so now that he's passed away and I'm, on my own, now everyone's now I have to think about like so and.
Yep. Yep. the dead words. But I don't know. I mean, to me, it's all about conversation, and I understand that some of the words are distracting and pull away. You know, they do. The whole idea of it is that you don't want to pull away from your message by you having distractions. That was one of the concerns I have. Actually, we do live video, and one of the distractions that I have, I'm not a pretty person. I'll be the first one to tell you. I'm not attractive. I'm by far. Thank God my daughters did not get my side of the genes on that one. And so it is distracting. So I was sitting there going, is it distracting? But no, what I do find is that people want people that they connect with, especially in these types of shows. They want people that, that they can put a face to and they can connect to that person, because we do talk about intimate things, and we talk about, this is not me just doing a sports cast where you're not part of the picture. I'm just dictating to you, or, just reading something to you. I'm actually asking you to be a guest and, to sit around the table with us and have a conversation. And like I said, if you would love to have a conversation with Amy Coello, please give us a call at 312-588-1200. She's standing by. This is your only chance to get your dream interpreted by Amy. You can never do it again. She's never gonna. She told me at the beginning of the show she is getting out of the business. And I'm just
I wish.
you cannot. What would you do if you didn't do this? What would you do?
Oh,
Besides,
my goodness.
well, you got 11 babies.
I used to joke around. Yeah, I used to joke around all the time and say, people would tell me all the time, Amy, you need to do this full time. And I said, dreams don't pay the bills. Dreams don't pay the bills. And I said it so much, and I was writing with somebody, and he said, Amy, you need to change your vernacular. It was Keith Luker out of California, Redding, California. He said, you need to change your vernacular. And I was like, wow, I teach that. I should do that. So that's what I teach from the States. Yeah. So I actually should probably watch my words. And so I started saying, you know what, dreams do pay the bills. Dreams pay the bills. And I tell you what, like within 3 weeks, I was launched into full-time interpretation accidentally. It wasn't like I tried it. It wasn't like I wanted to. I was happily running a $10 million portfolio company, so I was perfectly happy. Yeah. And here I am.
Well,
but I've been doing it. I've been teaching on dreams for over a decade. So
yeah. Yeah. So, you've been around. You built, I'm the same way. I had a telecommunications company. We, very successful. And, and everybody's like, why would you want to, and and my thing is I do both. I don't have a problem managing both. I got competent people all the way around me, and I got people I trust and stuff. And I can do both. We're at the point now where most of the things, and this is my passion, this is my hobby, and that's the other thing too, is you got guys that go out and play golf, you got guys that sit around and watch football, or NASCAR and or whatever.
You like to broadcast.
Yeah,
right?
4 hours a day, that's what the average person sits in front of the TV. So instead of sitting in front of the TV, I come and do radio. And
I could interpret dreams all day long. I love it.
Can you really? All right, so I'm going to ask you, and please, if you don't want to share, that's fine. What is the scariest dream? What's the scariest dream that you've ever had to interpret, where you actually said, this rocks me to my core beliefs, and I really need to talk to someone about this? Or has that ever happened?
Wow, I have. Yeah, I've been interpreting dreams. Over 10,000 dreams, and I think that some of the ones that really rock me are the ones where I know that there's going to be a death. Those are the ones that kind of really shakes me. I had a dream before my mentor passed away. It was Good Friday, and I had a dream that he had cancer. And I woke up from the dream, and in the dream I grabbed his left thigh, and I said, I put my hand on his thigh, and I said, you will live, and you surely will not die. And I was going from one piece of place to another. It was really strange. But I texted him, and I said, God, I just had the weirdest dream. He said, yeah, 3 days ago I was diagnosed with cancer, and a year later he's dead.
Wow.
And so, it was, when you know that there's a death and you want to try to flip it and make it symbolic. And, I tell people when we talk about death dreams that we pray over the person, but it usually is a good sign. Death dreams 80% of death dreams are good. It means the end of one thing and the beginning of another.
Yeah.
Because death to God doesn't mean what death means to us, right? Death didn't change because we see it differently. Death is still the way God is, and just means to pass over. It just means to cross over, to come into another new chapter of your life.
Yeah.
And that's the way dreams are. And when I think back for that dream about my mentor, you will not die. The truth is he won't die.
Yeah.
That's the truth,
Yeah. Yeah.
And we, I've held on to that word that that he wouldn't. And we just don't know. And our dreams, we have to be careful because sometimes our deep, deep desires can force us into, and I can't tell you how many dreams I get where people are like, I know that I'm supposed to marry this person because I keep having a dream about them.
Yeah.
And it has nothing to do with the person. It's actually the meaning of their name, but they won't let go.
Yeah.
And your soul can cause you to dream something that isn't of God. It's not true to what he's calling you to do. And how do we know that? Well, we know that because if God is calling you to it, it's usually very risky, and you usually don't want to do it. It's usually very fearful. And it's like this moment where he's like, is this really what I'm supposed to do?
Yeah.
I don't know about this. And it's usually when it is, and then all of a sudden the resources come, the provision comes, the people come, and they gather. You've got a gathering anointing that happens and kind of gathers around you and sends people your way. And that's how we know if it's a soul desire or a deep desire, a heavenly desire.
Gotcha. Yeah. With me, I've always, I don't know if as I get older and everything like that. I mean, I'd love to sit around and, be on this earth as long as I can to spend time with my grandchildren and have fun with them and stuff, because my kids, as we were, busy with businesses and stuff like that, they missed out on a lot. And, we want to stay around,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know. I mean, there's a part of me that says that if I ever was faced with that reality, I mean, my answer would be, hey, it's God's will. If that's what it is, it is what it is. And, I know where I'm going. I mean, I'm not, that doesn't scare, that doesn't concern me. What concerns me more so is will my family be okay when I'm not here? That's what concerns me. And that's what, and I got to ask you this, and if answer or no answer, if you don't want to give it, that's fine. But I take this pull, especially from spiritual people. Do you believe that when you pass away, would you walk towards the light, or would you walk away from the light?
Oh, I would run and plunge head into it.
Into the light?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. It's weird because there is a belief system that they say that and the reason why I asked that, and I'm not trying to rock your foundation, but there is a belief system, some spiritual guys that I've been listening to, and these are deep-rooted Christians as well. They talk about if you go into the light, you are subjecting yourself to judgment at that point. Whereas if you don't go into the light, you stay in the dark, you're actually given the opportunity to come back to earth and right your wrongs. And that was,
it's interesting because especially being around my dad, who recently passed away in October, and I had prayed, I said, I just really wanted I wanted it to be a spiritual passing. I wanted it to be a sweet passing, and for him not to, because you can see the struggle in people. And I always thought that, telling them it's okay to go. It's okay to go. It's like people don't want to go. They are, I see the struggle. I've seen them. I've talked to hospice nurses before that said some of them struggled, and you got to tell them it's okay to go to the light. You got to tell them it's okay if they don't want to go.
Yeah. Well, my grandmother.
But then I see believers who are amazing and who are solid believers, pass away very smoothly, and they just go. Yeah.
Well, my grandmother was that way. She passed away about a year and a month ago. And, the strange thing, our family's all over the United States. And all of my cousins and everything got to see her. My brother and myself, we live here in Florida. So my grandmother, and I'm a firm believer, she waited for us because we had to get plane flights and stuff to go into Florida to Michigan and all of that. But she waited. I mean, she was terminal. I mean, she was gone, but she waited for us. So my brother and I and Sandy, our family, we all got there at the house. It was about midnight, you know, in her house and stuff. And we sat there, we, you know, told her we loved her and everything. And 30 minutes later, she passed. And it was just, you know, she was waiting, you know, she was waiting for us through that pain and everything as her system was shutting down. And you know, and that was a spirit that was keeping her alive because there was no medical reason for her to be alive. I mean, literally she decided that she was done. She was ready to go home. Yeah. And so she stopped all treatments and basically every organ in her body, you know, shut down. And it was shut down, you know, several hours before we even got there. And she was on no life support or nothing. It was the will of her. And that's, you know, my grandmother, that's, if you knew her, that's the way she was going to do it. She was going to do it on her terms. And she waited. She did. She waited for us. Yep. But she died in peace. It was the most peaceful. I've seen people die. You know, I put myself through when I went to school. I worked in the emergency room at a hospital. I was a scrub tech. I was an ER tech, scrub tech, and a phlebotomist. I mean, that's how I paid for my college. And so I've seen people die, you know, quickly, and I've seen it. And it, you know, like I said, the peaceful is the ones where you just go, you know, I would go up I worked midnight shifts because of college, and I would go in the ICU, and, you know, you watch their EKGs just kind of just bottom out. And you can always tell the people that were at peace with life and stuff and versus the ones that fought and continued.
Absolutely.
And so I just come
and
from,
you know, it's so interesting that you say that because I've had a lot of children, and so each one of their pregnancies were very, very different. And I tell my kids this all the time. I remember Jaden came out upside down, and he is the one that I promise you is just upside down. He's just upside down. And it was indicative of his life. And then, you know, one of them came, you know, just however that pregnancy and birth was is exactly their personality. And so they come in that way, and I think they go out that way.
Now, Jaden is the comedian of the family, is he not?
Jaden is the most hilarious one, yes.
Okay. I watched your family video, and Jaden's in that video, right? I know exactly what you're talking about because I watched that, you know, the family video that you guys put together and put up on your website. And I was looking at him, and I'm like, that's one cool dude. I can see, you know, I can see him being just hilarious. You're probably,
I think you're talking about, I think I only had 5 of them on that video, and Jaden is my 18-year-old, so he's much older.
No. This was one of your little guys.
It's probably Judah.
Is it Judah? Okay. I think it belonged, I'll begin with Jay. So there was one of them. I was going to tell you that video. I watched that and I had laughed. It was hilarious. Great times. I can see that being around your household is could be interesting. Could be interesting. Yep. And you said your husband, he's a minister.
Interesting to report.
Your husband?
Yes, he is. He's a worship leader and a speaker. Yes.
Wow. So that's when you're called, right? You do what you got to do.
Yeah.
And everything.
Well, I always tell people when we were pastors and no one came to our church, so we just birthed our own congregation. Yeah. The problem is they can't get any of them to pay tithe.
No, they seem to have their hands up. Yeah, well, no, we're beyond that. Maybe that's what I need to do to get more listeners. But no, we I don't think Sandy would agree to that at all. I think we're done. The grandbabies are the light of our life. Going back to a little bit more serious. All right, so we talked about some. Now, have you ever? How do I say it? I'm just going to ask. Have you ever had a dream where you recommended a person get exercise or not exercise as exorcism and say, hey, look, we got some issues here? Or how do you handle those types? Because I'm sure you've come across them.
Absolutely. Absolutely, absolutely. And actually, I've had it to where, we call it deliverance. We try to not use the word exorcism because it
Sure.
scares people, but we call it deliverance. And absolutely, in fact, we have someone on our team who specializes in that. And deliverance just really is deliverance from emotional brokenness, deliverance, every emotional wound a demon attaches to it.
Yes.
Right? So when we have untruth, it creates a demonic attachment. And we have to bring in a new truth and get rid of the demon. And so it's not that we are oppressed. I mean, it's not that we are possessed, but we are oppressed. You go back to Simon the sorcerer when we talk about Peter, and Peter was casting out Simon the sorcerer, and he basically rebuked him. But people forget that Simon was actually baptized, and he was a believer, and he got saved. But the problem is that he was still operating in a spirit of manipulation and a demonic attachment. And so, Paul didn't follow Matthew 18 and, go one-on-one and Peter, he didn't, try to reason with it. He just rebuked him. He didn't even cast it out. He just rebuked him. And so, I have had to tell people that, listen, you've got to, in order for you to move on to ruling and reigning as Joseph did, you need to get delivered from, because I will tell you this, when we view people's lives, where they get stuck at is where Joseph could have gotten stuck at, which is betrayal of the brother. So when you are given a message in your life, when you're given a dream about what you're supposed to be doing, the very opposite happens. And usually the very first heart test you go through is your family or those very close to you will turn against you. And that's called betrayal of the brother. And a lot of times people get stuck in bitterness and betrayal, and they can never move on from there. I mean, years and years and years. And then they just get stuck, and they spin themselves in the wheel called American dream. Get up, go to work, come home, eat dinner. Get up, go to work, come home, eat dinner. And so you get spun in that place because you can't release the bitterness and the judgment and the criticism. And then the very next heart test after that is having people lie against you, make up lies and false accusation, because false accusation always comes before promotion, always. Same thing with Jesus. They falsely accused him, and he was promoted to ruling and reigning. If you can get past the flesh-on-flesh battle, and you can take it to a more heavenly perspective, that this false accusation is coming to test your heart, and you don't worry about the people. It's really just about you and your heart. Then you will be trusted with impact and influence. And that's where we want to get. We want to rule and reign. Ruling and reigning comes from influence and impact. But we can't do that if we're stuck in flesh-on-flesh battles with people.
Gotcha. So the trolls are an indication that we're doing things. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean that's the hardest part about doing this. But a lot of people ask yourself, they ask me what's the hardest part about doing this, and it's not actually the broadcast, because I've already said that's God given and stuff. It's dealing when I'm not on the air. It's dealing with the trolls and the comments and the people saying, just nasty, evil, mean stuff. And it does get to your core, and it does affect you. And I mean, I can't tell, the things that have been said, and the things that have been said about my children and stuff when I had my political podcasts and everything. And you know what? And that's one of the things that actually turned me away from a certain party, because I found that a certain political party, that if you don't believe the way they believe, well, I find that both of them are that way. That's why I just don't participate. And in that regard, is because they're if you don't believe the way they believe, you're gonna. So I take the high road. I just it is what it is. I'm gonna try to be the guy.
I don't participate because I just know I don't participate because I know that whoever wins, it was destined by the Illuminati. So I'm good. I mean,
that is. Hey, now Amy, I would never expect you to say that, but I am shocked. You just blew me away. So you actually believe in the New World Order?
Oh, there's every single president was handpicked.
Wow. There is. All right. So this is your reading. And I can arrange for a book to be delivered wherever you're at. We had a guest on. Jeff Hayes is a good friend of mine, and he when I did my political shows, we it was more of a Rush Limbaugh kind of, attack. And one night I actually brought Jeff on, and I was like, this guy's conspiracy theory, kind of, blah, blah, blah. And it was the highest rated show. I think we had over 22,000 listeners for that show. And then we had another guest that came on and talked about, she was a banker for the IMF. She literally, I looked her up, and she was one of the top bankers for the IMF. And she talked about how it was infiltrated by the lizard people. And that's exactly what she called them. Now, I don't know if that was a metaphor or whatever, but that show was like 40,000 listeners, and it was just unbelievable. So, we brought Jeff back last night. He's got 2 books that he put out about the rise of the New World Order and the culling of man, and also the awakening. And that is exactly the first series. He basically talks about how most of the Christian holidays are based on pagan holidays and how you're tricked and everything. And then he goes into the awakening, which is his latest book. He talks about how basically Satan, it's almost like a co-conspirator kind of thing, where Satan rules the 3D world, the world of the flesh. And what God does is he sees how you're going to react to that. And it's kind of a test. It's like we're walking tests, Satan. And when he, and the thing that like I said, I was on the fence with my religion, with my, I don't want to say religion, but with my belief system, because I always said, if there was a God, how can God allow children to die? How can God allow, evil and ISIS, all of this stuff in the world? But Jeff, explained it perfectly. He said that ain't God. That's the devil. And what God's doing is he's seeing how you're going to react to that situation. And he's going to see if you're going to fall into it, and if you're going to go along to get along, or if you're going to, rise above it. Yeah. And that's the test. So it's interesting. Right. I mean, great books. It's interesting to hear you say that. And, the more and more spiritual people I talk to, it's, the more and more they're coming around, to understand. Yeah. They are. That's refreshing to hear you say that, because I just wanted to that is very, it's sad to hear that, but it's, I think the more, you can't be a spiritual person and look at the world today and say, there's something that's just not right. This is not what.
Right. Yeah. And the thing is that it's true. But here's the thing. He's just absolutely right. It is a hard test. And the thing is, will you pass the test? Because if you pass the test, then you are given influence and impact, and you are given rulership over whatever it is that your level of influence, the lot that you've been given of your influence, whatever that is. And so when you get to that place, then you realize you don't live in this kingdom. You live in another kingdom. Yeah. So when economy goes to hell in a handbasket, it doesn't affect you, because God has placed you in a position where you're not affected by it.
Yeah.
In fact, you should be making money off of it. It's really how it goes.
Yeah, and I've always said that too, is that, I'm one that when it does go, I'm not worried about it. And that's why I try to tell the, individuals that I like in the inner cities, when I go in the inner cities and stuff, it's like, look, people, you got to stop digging your hole, because the problem is that you're the ones that are going to suffer the most. As you go along and you root on and you vote for, and I don't want to make this political, but as you condone certain behavior in the political process because you think it's going to make your life easier, in essence, what you're doing is you're selling your soul. And when it comes time for reaping, you're the one that's going to get reaped, because us, the ones that understand what's going on, we're going to come together and we're going to protect each other. And you know what? Even if we did get, if it, God forbid, if something did happen to us, we know where we're going anyway. So, okay. I mean, I served my purpose, and now it's time to move on to the next plane. I'll check up on you guys later. So,
agree.
Wow. So that's interesting to hear you say. So, as we wind down and everything, it's not hard to chew up 4 hours.
No, it's never hard.
stuff. So let's talk about, I know that you have a ministry. I saw the one where, so do you guys do street ministry? Is that another part of, the services and things that you do?
We do. We go into the streets in the French Quarter, and we set up booths out there, dream interpretation and encouraging words. And what we have found is that when people go out and pass out tracts, I don't know, if I was sitting if all your listeners were in a room with me and I would ask them, how many of you, found Jesus because somebody gave you a tract? Probably 1%, maybe. I mean, I've had maybe as many times as I ask that question, it's usually nobody. And every once in a while I'll have one or two hands go up, but generally not. And so when we look back at evangelism, and we see how Jesus encountered people, he did it through words of knowledge, prophecy, healing, and power encounters. And so our belief is that we are here to restore the awe of the supernatural back into the earth. And so when we do, French Quarter in New Orleans is hard. It's hard work. Everyone's saved. Everyone's heard about Jesus. Blah, 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 blah. They don't want to hear you, Jesus, anymore because your Jesus sucks, because you're rude and you're bitter and you're treat me like crap, and that's really just how they see Jesus. And so what we do is we teach people how to do what's called treasure hunting, where we pray and we ask God to give us specific names of people and specific things that they're wearing or what they're doing, and we write them down. We write them down, and we'll say, maybe we're supposed to interpret one of their dreams, or we're supposed to give them a word, and we write the word down already. We just go ahead and write the word down. Or maybe we're supposed to give them something. And so then we go on this hunt where we go into the French Quarter, and we're looking for those specific, woman with a Coors hat and a yellow shirt. I mean, it's very specific. Or we come across a guy named Jason, and we say to them, and we say, listen, you're on God's heart. You have a, or we'll say, we're playing a treasure hunt. Do you mind? We think you're the treasure. Do you mind playing? What's the French Quarter, right? So if I came to him and said, if you died tomorrow, where would you go? Guess what? They're probably going to shoot you the bird and keep walking, or throw their beer on you.
Yeah.
So, but if I say to them, we're on a treasure hunt and you look like one of the treasures, do you mind playing? Now they're going to think I'm playing Pokemon Go, but they say yes. They want it. They're like, okay, let's rock and roll. And then I say, we were praying and we wrote down right here. Here it is, right here, what you were wearing, and what hat you have on, and we're supposed to interpret a dream, right? We were praying, and God has you on your heart, or your creator. We usually words like creator, divine light. We use words that bring us into relevancy and not push them away.
Yeah.
And then we tell them, what's on God's heart about them, and then we usually give them a prophetic word and just some insight about their life that only God would know. We wouldn't know it. And I'll give you an example. One of the guys, we were on a treasure hunt, we had a gray hat with earbuds. Sure enough, we came up with this guy with a gray beanie and an earbud. And I went up to him and I said, hey, we're on a treasure hunt and we think you're one of the treasures. You want to play? And he slowly takes his earplugs out, like looking at it like we're crazy. But it's New Orleans, so he plays along.
Yeah, that's...
And so he says, I said, well, we're supposed to interpret a dream. Do you have like a reoccurring dream or a dream that you've always had? And he's like, and he goes, oh, yeah. So in school, in the natural, he used to row a boat. He used to be on the rowing team.
Sure.
So he'd row. Well, now, of course, he's much older now, and he's not on a rowing team, but he keeps having these reoccurring dreams that he either goes and he's going to go get on the boat, and the team has already left, or the team won't let him on. And I said, man, do you suffer with rejection? Now, his mouth dropped open, because how many of you know that you don't generally have conversations like that in the street of New Orleans?
Yeah.
And I said, I really believe God wants to heal you from that rejection. And until then, you feel like you're just not, part, or you just can't get into sync. And I'm telling you, and then a word of knowledge came over me, and I said, are you waiting for some money? Because there's a big project that you have in your heart, and you're waiting for money. And he said, yes, I am. And I said, well, God's going to bring you that money, and you are going to open that up, the business up. But I'm not telling you that because he wants you to be successful, which he does. But I'm telling you that because you're going to know that this moment right now, when you think back that God is true, and got it after your heart.
Wow.
And that was it. That's all we had to do. Nothing else. I can guarantee you that he laid his head down that night and thought about us. And has probably thought about us several times.
Yeah, I mean, I would be freaking out. I mean, so you guys, all right. So the night before, the day before, that day, you guys pray. I just want to make sure that because I know that there's, you know, remember the psychic that was on TV, and they talked about how he was able to, you know, because you can pick, you know, certain demographic. We're not so unique after all, and stuff. So I just want to make sure that we make this clear, that you guys would write down, you would pray, you know, ahead of time. You'd write down your description, the person, what you're supposed to ask them, or the keyword. And then when you found that person, you showed it to them, and then, wow. I mean, that's just, that is.
It's fun. And we just tell people we're practicing, and we're like, hey, we're just practicing. And, you know, I just feel like God has a word for you, I call it encouraging word for you. And we just speak into their spirit. And usually God will give us something that we didn't know about them, or that nobody knew.
Yeah.
And it's encouraging to the people we're training, and it's encouraging to the people. I mean, we've had people on the street that literally just stood there and couldn't move after we got done with them. After we finished, you know, and sometimes it's long. You know, sometimes you think you're going to say one word, or you're going to give one sentence, and, you know, 10 minutes later, you're just reading their mail, man.
Yeah.
And we had an Army sergeant standing there, and he couldn't even move. He was speechless, and then his leg wouldn't move. And I said, do you want us to pray for you, or do you need anything? And he's like, no, I can't move. And I'm like, oh, you just sit there in that bench. God's doing something. And I just went on to the next person.
Yeah, just well, you know, most people have I mean, I can imagine, because, like I said, you're rocking someone's foundation or belief system. When I had my epiphany, and like I said, I mean, the bag of tricks that I would pull out to deny God in my life would be that one where I'd always say, well, if God was so powerful and blah, 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 why do you have sick children? Why are there sick children? Why do we have a St. Jude? Why do we have the boom, boom, boom? And then, you know, he handed, literally out of the blue, Jeff Hayes called me. Like I said, it was one of these things where I didn't contact him. He contacted me, and, you know, my style show, you know, think about Amy, you calling Rush Limbaugh and say, I want to be on your show. Now, I'm not as big as Rush Limbaugh by no stretch of the means, but Rush, you know, that's almost near impossible. The type of show that I did, I was like, no, I'm not going to, you know, the spiritual stuff. I don't, you know, let's talk about Republicans and Democrats, and, you know, talk about this bill or that bill. And, you know, that's what we do here. Now, we don't talk about the New World Order and all that. That's not what we, and, you know, for some reason, well, not for some reason, for an obvious reason, the book showed up, and I read the book, and I was like, oh, you know, I mean, because I always knew that some of our holidays were based on pagan. I mean, you know, I've read that and everything, but then he hit me with that one, and then with the awakening, you know, and came back and said, well, you know, you got it all wrong, Jeff. I mean, you know, that's not God. That's God. The devil's doing that. God's just sitting back, waiting to see how you react. Kind of like what I do with my kids. And that was the funny thing, is I will set one of my children, I do it with my granddaughter all the time. I'm notorious for it. Now she's, you know, at 4 years old, she'll look at me and say, old man, Papa Jeff, stop aggravating me, because I'll do things, you know. Yeah, she, you know, it's funny because her big thing, she likes staying at the house here with Nana and me, and she loves, you know, we're fortunate enough that they're close enough. And I'll tell her, I was like, you got to behave. You got to do this. And what I'll do is I'll aggravate her to try to get her in trouble, to see what she does. And then she got wind of it, though. She comes back. She's old man. She called me old man, Papa Jeff. She goes, you got to, you know, stop aggravating me. You're not going to get me in trouble. It's kind of like the devil, you know. I tell the devil.
And it's all heart refinement.
Yeah.
And that's what God is doing. He's about refining your heart, and he allows the enemy to buffet you. And the great beauty of that is, I'll tell you this, especially with sexually abused victims, I will tell you this. This is really a phenomenon that I have found. As I mentor people, I have found that those who have been sexually molested, if they can get past the betrayal of their body, the betrayal of their spirit, if they can move past that issue into some freedom and some forgiveness themselves and the perpetrator, I have found that they are fast-tracked. When I tell you these people get set free, it's almost like a reward. There was like when the enemy tried to take them out by their sexuality, it's a Herod spirit almost, like I'm going to kill all the children because one of you might be great. Well, it's true, because what happens is Herod tried to kill all the children because he thought maybe Jesus was one of the 2-year-olds, but in our type and shadow, Jesus is the type and shadow of who we are, and so the enemy tries to kill and steal and destroy us because what's the number one thing that will ruin our identity? Sexual betrayal. It will destroy our being, and unless God comes in and gives you freedom, you're just ruined. And so what happens is these people get set free, and man, they are like fast track. I don't know what it is, but I find that they understand the scriptures better. There's a better grasp on things. They just succeed. They're very successful people that have a message and have a voice, and they're strong. Yeah. And so I encourage people all the time. And in fact, I was working with someone, and I kept saying, "Man, you are being fast-tracked. I don't know what it is, but you're going through it. You're going through the ringer, and you're getting some healing." And you must. And I asked the person, I said, "Were you sexually abused as a child?" Because I typically what I see, and she's like, "Nope, no, I didn't have anything like that." And I was like, "Something's not." I know that this theory is true because I've seen it for over 20 years. And so she kind of threw me for a little bit, and I thought, man, maybe that's just that one that's off. So we ended up, because of some of the dreams she was having, I ended up sending her to one of my deliverance counselors and life coach, Robin Braun, and she's out of Dallas, Texas. And so I sent her to her, and she said, come to find out, after months of therapy, revealed and that she had been, that she just didn't remember. There's a trauma that she had. Wow. And once it got unlocked and through, she's just a firehouse,
Well, I think a lot of that, though, is that, God, I don't want to say God rewards, but God, God is merciful. And I think that, when you have crime against, the unborn child, we talked about that yesterday, is,
it's not that he rewards, but he's a God of justice.
He's a God, exactly.
So what the enemy tries to destroy you, he turns around and smacks the devil right in his mouth with your message.
Yeah, and that's where I think that's where I was going, is that like yesterday, Jeff, we were talking in this show. He was like, "Well, the only thing that we don't have in this country or in this world, and that would show me pure Satanism, is the fact that we don't have the offerings to Moloch and and all of those." And I was like, "Well, wait a minute, Jeff. We murder 3 million babies every year in this country. Let's so that's the bloodletting, and I don't care how you do it or who does it. A doctor does it. At the end of the day, you got 3 million who are sacrificed and everything, and so you do have bloodletting in this country and everything. But the other part of that is like I said, is that I believe that the innocent, the attack of the innocent, and like you said, the most horrific, even when you go to prison, people that rape and sexually abuse children and stuff
are know to kill them.
They're even even the lowest of the low in the prison look at those people and say, you have no right to even exist. So that should speak volumes right there. And I think that like you said, I think what happens is that God comes in and gives them, if they first have to ask for it, and then God gives them that peace, and then like you said, the fast track, because God is giving them the comfort, and the other part is He's giving them the power to say, look, I am through God's grace, I'm going to rise above this, and I am going to rebuke the devil and his works and the things that he's done to me, or had done to me, and off be with you. And that makes perfect. In your ministries, and I always because I'm fascinated by this, because I'm learning. I'm a neophyte and stuff. in your ministries, have you ever, and don't think that I'm on one subject and everything, but I got to ask because it fascinates me. I don't know why. Maybe you can tell me. Have you ever run across someone where you were just like, whoa, I'm not, turn the other way or,
Yes.
you know,
Yes. Just this week, actually. Yeah.
oh, wow.
That it was absolutely a demonic spirit. And I'm really, I call myself a demon hunter. I don't know what it is about me that I can go like, I'll go places and people just manifest in like stupid ways. I mean, I've had people been preaching and someone stands up or, starts yelling out stupid stuff and then nobody and nobody hears the person, right? So the person yells something out, and I asked afterwards, I said, hey, did you hear that girl yelling? And she said, oh, I did. And I said, what did you hear her say? And she goes, oh, she was asking you if you sell CDs on evangelism. And I'm like, that is not what she said. And then I asked another person, hey, did you hear what that girl said when she was yelling? And she's like, oh, no, I just heard her talking, and she was asking if you that she wants to go down into the streets with you to do evangelism. I said, that is not what she said. In fact, we caught it on camera. We were recording that, and only me and the pastor of that church heard her and understood what she was saying. And so then, I'm driving down the road, and I'm at a red light, and this beautiful white pilot comes next to me in a car, and you just glance over because, they drove up next to you. And if you lock eyes, you smile, and you turn around and look back. That's what I did. The person rolls down their window and starts screaming, F Jesus, F Jesus. And I was like, and then he was singing an Alice Cooper song. The only reason I knew it was an Alice Cooper song is because my husband was with me to see this event. And he's 10 years older than me. Mm-hmm. And I was like, I was speechless. And like driving down the road, 3 minutes later, I'm like, honey, what was that? He goes, I don't know, just keep driving, let's not talk about it. I'm like, okay. And so, it's like crazy stuff. So just this week, it's about a dream, and the person just manifested on me.
No,
so yes, the answer is yes, because that's part of the call of my life. And I lovingly call myself with my staff, I'm a demon hunter, and I love to poke demons.
Well, obviously you expose them, and they're gonna come after you.
Right.
There's no doubt about it. Exactly. There was a point like when I lived in Chicago, and I'm not saying Chicago, please don't. I don't want Chicago saying that they said this, but I lived in Chicago. I loved Chicago when I lived there, but there was a point. When I woke up one day, I looked at Sandy and I said, "We're moving," and she's like, "We're moving," and I'm like, "Yep, we're moving. I cannot live here no more. We are gone." And a month later, we moved. We were here in Florida. Literally, it took us a month. We had businesses and everything. I shut them down. I said, "We're moving." I don't know what it is. Like I said, I don't. It probably had a dream. One of the ones I don't remember, but I just said we're gone. And because now I look back at it and I look at Chicago, and I remember kind of reminiscing, and more of a dream, but / reminiscing. And now I look at all of the people that are just miserable, and I look at their faces. I used to ride the train, the Amtrak and the L and stuff to get to the office. And now when I play that image back in my head of Chicago, I just look at the faces on these people, and they're not smiling, they're not laughing, they got their earbuds in, and they're just going through life, going to get along. And it's just, wow. It's kind of like Sodom and Gomorrah.
I was in Japan, and I was there for about 2 weeks on business. And as I would get on the train, I remember sitting there and looking around. I was the only one with not a device, which apparently was rude back then. Apparently you bring a device and you look at it, and that is respect. And that's just, you're rude if you're looking around. And I was just fascinated because one, they just dressed all alike, and they were. I said, oh my gosh, they're robots, legitimate robots.
Well,
and I was like, is this even real?
Yeah. But
I grew up in Texas and New Orleans, so how crazy can you get in New Orleans? Eclectic.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was born in Japan, so it's funny because I was born in Tachikawa, Japan, and I can tell you that the culture's different. Number one is that they don't have their religion, is Buddhism. Number two, they're collective. They believe in the collective. As you work as a collective, you're not an individual. And that's what you're seeing is that when you stand outside and you act differently, and that's why they call them the young punks. You'll see young Japanese kids who will dress up just completely crazy because what they're doing is they're trying to separate themselves from the collective, and they're shunned. They're all sorts of things, and our kids, and that's the culture. They're very, very strict on religion, other than Hinduism and Buddhism and everything. But you got to travel the world. I think you pretty much traveled the world. I've been all over the world and seen evil firsthand, and unfortunately it is prevalent, and unfortunately I'm seeing it here. You look in people's eyes and
have you seen the movie? Yeah, definitely. Have you seen the movie Happiest Place on Earth? And they actually go, and I think it's actually in Japan, and it's like the island, and it's like the happiest people ever. Did you ever see that movie? It was fascinating because then they do the science behind happiness and different, and I think Florida was one of them where the people are the most happy, and then there was a Hawaiian one, and just talking about, even just Southern, the Southern, even just, it's so crazy just being in Texas and how everybody, I would never, ever think about getting on an elevator and not communicating with the people in the elevator.
Sure.
But you go up in Boston and I do that, and they're like grabbing their kid and their purse and stuff.
Oh, I can tell you. I mean, I grew up in Tennessee, and then my first job was in Chicago, and I went to Chicago. I had two Chicago stories, and this is the honest to God truth. First day that we're driving in Chicago, we're going down what they call the Lakeshore Drive, LSD. And they were having a summer festival going on, and so it was crowded, and they have police. When it gets crowded, they actually have the police directing the traffic. And in the South, when you see a police officer, you wave to them. Yeah, hey, how you doing? Well, you wave to everybody. Well, I waved to the Chicago police officer, and the next thing I know, I have cops. They were on a little like four-wheeler, cop cars, but they were cop cars. Yeah. They pulled me over. They were screaming all sorts of obscenities to me and everything. And they were like, "What is your problem?" And I'm like, I was just you don't wave to an officer in Chicago. We don't care what if you're happy, what are you? And the guy was like, he was mad at me because I was showing him respect. And I was like, that's it. And that's the culture there. They're so fearful of everybody. You just don't mess with them. Yeah. And then the second instance I had where I knew that I was no longer in Oz was when I was getting on an elevator and there was a lady in front of me or behind me. So I stopped and I stepped back to allow her to get on the elevator in front of me. She screamed at the top of her voice and then started beating me with her purse. And then of course the doorman, we were in we have doormen in these high rises, and he comes running around the corner and she's just wailing on me, screaming. And I'm sitting there going, whoa, and it's like, I knew I was no longer in Oz. And here I am sitting with Chicago police, explaining. It's like, whoa. No, I was just letting her go in front of me because that's how I was raised, and stuff.
Yeah,
and, and, I don't know what her issues were and what meds she was on. But at that point I knew I was in a different world. And then of course you're in the corporate world of Chicago where they'll throw you under the bus. That it's just a cesspool of just
Oh yeah, and it's so interesting too because I've traveled the world and I've interpreted dreams from many different countries. And we actually have a free site on Facebook called Prophetic Dreams.
Yep.
Prophetic Dream Symbols and Interpretation.
I'm on
We've got 43,000 people on it.
Yep.
Okay, and so we have different cultures, Africans and teenagers and natives. So many different people have come through there, and then we've actually had to get like an African consultant, dreams, and I was not very fluent at the time in Spanish, but could carry on full conversations in Spanish in my dreams.
Wow. Yeah, it's weird. I've spent time in foreign countries long periods of time, and I don't when I'm awake, I don't understand what they're saying, but I understand what they're saying.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Where you're sitting in a room and they're speaking and everything, and it's not that I know the words that they're saying, but I get the gist because and I'm a firm believer that there's so much more to language and understanding and communication than just the words, the body language, everything like that. And I also believe people connect on a how do you say, electromagnetic kind of, when you're in a room with someone, you absorb their thoughts and their processes and stuff, and that's, I'm a firm believer. That's why I tell Sandy.
If I can get more people to believe that.
Yeah. Well, that's why I tell Sandy when she has a bad dream, it's like go to bed. I'm going to throw you some good dreams, and we do that, and I do that to her.
Yeah, when you're in a business, a lot of times people don't realize they're feeling depressed or they're feeling lethargic or they're just, people don't realize that a lot of times you're taking on the vibrations and the frequencies of another human being, and they'll wear you down, or like sometimes you'll go talk to people and they energize you. You immediately feel energized. Or you're on a radio show and people interview me. I either feel completely jazzed at the end of the interview, or I feel completely drained. And it's really the person that's feeding me the frequencies. And so I recognize they're not mine. And a lot of people, I think, get stuck in other people's depression.
Yeah. Let me do this. We're getting some people there on the YouTube. Hold on for a second. Let me try something here. We have a piece of equipment that every once in a while overheats. So hold on 1 second.
I know.
That's bad. All right. I think we're back. There we go. Yep. I think we're back. All right. Because I want to make sure that people actually hear this. Those listeners on YouTube in the chat, if you guys can let us know if you hear us. We're on the. There we go. There we go. So on the air with Amy Coello, author, minister. There's a lot. There's a mother. I mean, you got a lot of titles to be very proud of, but author of Dreams and a Window into Your Destiny. So, before we were so rudely interrupted by the audio there, have you noticed kind of like a collective kind of, when I say collective, you notice like there's a pattern of dreams that are starting to emerge? Do you start seeing those? Because if you're talking to a group of people over a wider range and everything, are you seeing that there's more of a pattern in the dreams and the types of dreams?
Absolutely, and that's why our founder, Jeff Odell, created eyes2see.org. Eyes, the number 2, the letter C. Now, we are a spiritual journal, meaning not only just your dreams, but if you have an angelic encounter or you have a demonic encounter or you have whatever whatever kind of encounter, or maybe you just went to church and you heard something that really, rang true to your spirit, and you want to type it in there and keep a journal on it. Now, here's why we actually built this site. Now, you can go in, put your dream in, and submit it. It's $19, I think. It helps pay for the data. Because what we did is we built a system, and we are consulting with, now Jeff Odell comes to us from the corporate world and Fortune 100. He actually was in Hartford Insurance and built technology, ran a team of 800 developers, and they built fraud technology so that they could determine between the insurance and between the doctors and the lawyers if there was collusion. And so he took that same thought process and put it behind dreams and said, what if we know that God speaks to you individually, but what if he's talking to us collectively? Because biblically we can see that one thing means something to me individually, but if I span out of my my understanding, it will mean something to my family and my church and my community and my state and my country and Israel, right?
Yeah.
And so the whole meaning and process behind, we consulted with data analysts, data scientists, and putting together algorithms. And Logan Smith, he's our technology guru, he's our system architect, and he's building behind there the ability to find tinderboxes and hotspots and spikes and patterns. Now, we'll be able to do spikes and patterns and run data on your own personal dreams, meaning maybe on the 27th of every 2 months you have a demonic encounter.
Sure.
And we start to find patterns in your dreams. But interestingly enough, we micro-proved our theory with the Dallas shooting and the Orlando shooting, and also the Scalia's death. Had a couple of people pop up on on there. I think, and actually found a couple of people had a dream that Scalia, the Supreme Court Justice, is that how you say his name?
Yeah, Scalia.
What is that?
Yeah,
Scalia.
yeah,
I think it is. Yeah. So he was murdered. They actually dreamed that he was murdered, and then we micro-proved our theory with the Orlando shooting before it happened, and then we also micro-proved our theory. A dream popped up in our group that there was a woman was running through a city. It was an unknown city, and all she heard was, they're shooting, and then she heard, the cowboy is shooting. Now, we pick up hot words like shooting, Muslim, president.
Yeah.
We pick up these tinderbox, these hot words, and we look at them because we believe that not only just these few people had these dreams. I mean, we had a person that had this specific date that it was going to happen, right? So what if, now, if this girl called, and I'll give you an example. We had one of the girls had a dream where there was a murder in Alabama of a little girl, and the little girl came to this girl. Now, this is your random, everyday housewife, right? And she has a dream that the little girl comes to her and brings, holding his hand, brings the murderer to her. And the lady wakes up and she's like, that was weird. Why would I dream that, right? So she's telling us about the dream, and now what is she supposed to do? She's supposed to go call the FBI, and she did. They would profile her and hang up on her, right?
Yeah.
But what if 241 people had the dream? What if we had data behind us?
Yeah.
Now we're changing the face of intelligence, esoteric intelligence.
Well, it's funny you say that, because in a former life, there's a product called Guardian. It's a bioinformatics product. I designed it. And so one of the things is that I have patents. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I have patents in speech recognition, and it's not speech recognition like, say, your credit card number. My patents are in, Amy, I know you're talking on the phone, and Jeff, I know you're talking because of Medicare and Medicaid fraud. And so we did a lot of Fortier, and we did a lot of data mining. And so out of that, I actually was part of a project called Guardian, where we would look at symptomology within a city at a hospital. We looked at medical records. And the reason why I left was because the government was keeping the medical records, which was completely against the charter that we were given. What we were doing is we were looking for diseases. We were looking for, things like anthrax and stuff and symptomology. And so I understand the data mining, and I own some of the patents on some of the 40-year transfer stuff. And, there's a project where we're actually putting these little nodes all throughout the world. And what they do is they just register energy. That's all they do. They don't do it. They're like EMF readers. And we're finding that right before a major event, you will see throughout the on these little nodes that the EMF, you'll see spikes in this, and you'll start seeing that because like going back before we were so rudely interrupted by the equipment failure here, we were talking about electromagnetic energy and how we can feed off of each other and stuff. And I believe that we are all connected. And, my explanation, my scientific explanation for what that person was feeling is that apparently this murderer of this child put that ethos either through guilt or some high, probably guilt or sadness or something, or remorse, put that out into the ethos. And then you have people that were able to pick it up, and then they were able to basically interpret. Because we are, when you boil us down and you put the proper sensors on us and everything, we are nothing but energy. I mean, there's a group out of UC Berkeley now that is able to take your brain patterns and produce pictures from your brain. Now, it's not the clearest thing, but they're able to do that. So it's just, I was wondering if you were using, because I saw that and I was like, we can do some predictive analysis on this based upon dreams. And if you have a big enough sampling, that would be, but more importantly, what I'm, I just, for some reason for the last 4 or 5 years, I just feel that there's something wrong in the world, and I was wondering if you guys are starting to pick that up as well. If you're
it's almost like an unrest, and people are just feeling an unrest. Yeah. And it's coming up in their dreams because they're starting to have extrinsic dreams about the world. And interestingly enough, I was trying to beta test. We were trying to beta test the system on to see if we could predict the president. And oddly enough, that what we are picking up is that people are dreaming about a third party.
Yeah.
Not even the two parties, and we thought surely we're going to see like Trump come up because a lot of our data right now is coming from Christians. And of course we're moving into where we don't have a statement of faith. We try to be very Christian in our verbiage because we don't want to skew our data by only having certain type of people. So we'll have skins with Muslim, where Muslim people can put their dreams in, and we'll have skins that are Spanish, and we'll also have vernacular, skins that are vernacular, Lutheran or denominational type or Baptist, and so that we can get a wider range, maybe even a New Age skin, because we're trying to get data. That's what we need is the data.
Yeah.
And so we're finding that, we thought for sure we'd see, Trump kind of kick up because a lot of the Christians are voting for, but nothing. I mean, we're seeing a third party come, here, but we are picking a lot of terrorism dreams up. A lot of terrorism dreams.
Yeah. Well, people are scared. Well, people are scared. I mean, let's face it. I mean, people are scared. They're afraid of what's going on, and they sit in front of the TV and think about the imagery that they're given every day, and stuff. I mean, my prediction.
Well, and I think that God uses that. God uses that, and if we're listening, I mean, it's like, why did this one girl in Ohio have a dream about the Dallas shooting? And that's what we want to know. We want to know why. Is she the only one in Ohio to have the dream? We don't know. Maybe people in Sister City, Chinatown have dreams before China is hit with a tsunami, or I don't know, some attack or earthquake. And so we're hoping to get enough data and enough, push behind us that we can, be able to read read it and find some information. And I know that the U.S. Naval, they took in bids for, esoteric ways of understanding terrorism and natural disasters. And, we're hoping that, it won't be one person calling the FBI and saying, hey, that's not the murderer you just arrested because the little girl came to me in the dream. And then the further on that was that the guy who actually murdered her, which, this woman was saying, that's not the murderer. That's not the murderer.
Yeah.
She kept saying that. The family thought she was crazy. A year later, the guy who ran the whole search and rescue for this little girl and paid for everything, paid for the shirts, paid for the toasters, everything, ended up dying in a house fire. He set on fire and left a note in his car or something that he's the one who killed her exactly a year on the date. And when that came out, she was like, that's the murderer.
Wow.
And so, hopefully 247 people are going to. And then, of course, now when we've got, that many people, we actually have a profile, and we can profile you based on your belief system. And if you have check marked Christian, then we can actually send an email and say, listen, you had a dream that there was an earthquake in, Japan, and 212 other people had that same dream. We'd like to get on a call and pray. Do you mind, coming on the call and praying with us?
Wow. Well, I mean, you can almost do it with mobile devices where you can send out an alert and, do it in such a way that you're not actually keying them in and say, what type of dream did you have? And then have them select, and then, what was the thing, but, have it do it in such a way that you can actually see. And that's always fascinated me and everything. So, those are former lives and stuff. So let's get back to, I mean, see, we're already at the bottom of the hour and everything. If you would like to speak with, I know we got some listeners out there. If you'd like to speak with Amy Coello, please give us a call at 312-588-1200. This is your last chance to talk with Amy at 312-588-1200. Author and minister. Gosh, this is amazing. I just don't know how you find the time, but author of Dreams, A Window into Your Destiny. And 2 other books you can actually get out on her website is How to Talk to the Unchurched and Dream Symbols. So with no other callers, Amy, I am going to be selfish. Give me the skinny. Do I need help? Do I need help on my dream?
No, I think your reoccurring dream is a good dream, and I think you're on the right path, and you've got a message that can't be linked up with the in crowd.
Well, no. Let me the other dream, the other reoccurring dream that I had that I shared. Let me share it with you just in case, and also with the listeners so they know what we're talking about. So there was 2 dreams that I actually sent over to your publishers. The first one was the NAB, which actually, thank you, that was a great dream, made a lot of sense, and never thought about it, looking at it that way. The second dream is I have a dream where I'm standing kind of looking into a circle, and there is and it's weird, it's kind of like a twig. If you look at like the old witch kind of movies where it's kind of a mixture of like a twig and it's a witch basically flying around in a circle, and everybody's saying, I need to listen to her. And I'm like, no, that's a witch. I'm like, I'm not listening to that person. And the more I rebuke her, the closer
you're like, I'll listen to the prostitute, but I'm not going to listen to the witch.
Yeah, but the more everybody's telling me, oh, she's good. Don't worry about it. She's a good. And the more I'm saying no, the closer, as she's going around in the circle, she's getting closer to me and closer to me. And like I said, at first she's kind of like a fun, I don't know, she has no form. But then when she gets really close to me, it's kind of like just a twisted, mangled, all bone. Her legs, one leg is like twisted, and it is pure. If you think of I can't remember the horror movie, but it's one of a modern day horror movie where the body is just mangled in a real contorted kind of position. And like I said, the more I rebuke her, the more I rebuke them, I should say, the closer she gets to me. And, and finally I'm just like, you do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Because I'm not following you.
Yeah.
I'm not following you.
Yeah, I think that the whole dream really has to do with your ability to see into the motives of people before other people see it. You probably got a very strong gift of discernment, meaning you smell out the BS in the room before anybody else does. And usually you can say, hey, that's not good. And people are like, no, I don't, everything they're talking about. And it correlates with your dream that you had about the other guy, about not helping with the linking up to YouTube. You've got a strong gift of discernment, to trust that discernment. So that dream will pop up on you when you need to have discernment. It'll pop up on you because it's a reminder, hey, remember, trust your gut.
Okay.
Trust your discernment.
Yeah. And that makes perfect sense, because trust me, I get on here and, I ask people ask me all the time. It's like, do you believe your people that you have on your show? And it's like, it's not my job to believe them. It's my job to ask them the questions that my guests want to ask them. It's my job to allow them. All I care about is that they believe themselves. Now, if they don't, I can sniff out pretty quickly people that just write books.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell.
Yep.
I can tell you right away. You're a ghostwriter. I've done that. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. It's like you're a ghostwriter. Who's the actual author of this book? And
right. Right.
And so I've done that, and because I just didn't have the fun, the basics, the basic core concepts behind it, and able to do that. So that's good. So, okay, good. That I can sleep well at night, because that one was kind of disturbing. I mean, it's, have someone fly in your face like that.
Yeah.
And you're just like, it's one of those.
Yeah. It's your ability to face it, and it's your ability to call it out. And probably when you do call it out and see it, you probably get some lashback. Probably get lashback either spiritually or relationally. But God's really just saying, hone in on that gift, because it's going to come to good use when you need it, and it'll save everybody in the room.
Yeah. No, that's good to know. I mean, it's amazing, because most of these things we look at and we think of our dreams and we're like, man, they're really twisted. But it's amazing how you're able to actually look at them at their core, and it is a gift. I mean, it's clearly
beautiful.
Clearly a gift for you, and I appreciate it, and the audience appreciates it, and the fact that you came on and you're driving. Where are you at now? Are you you're
I have no idea. I'm just following the RV in front of me. I'm so engaged in our conversation that I'm clearly I'm on 610. Who knows? Who knows which city I'm in? I just know follow the discovery.
Yeah, that's it. So so you're doing a show in New Orleans? New Orleans?
Yes.
New Orleans.
Yes. We'll be at the Tree of Life, and we'll be filming there. I mean, not filming. I'll be teaching there. It's called a live dream circle. So I do dream circles where I come to your city, and we either do a small group circle or a large group circle, and we get together and we talk about dreams, and bring your dream journal, because we hammer them out. We just do it. So we're traveling. We are leaving I'm taking 1 week off to have a small vacation. Actually, I'm writing during that week, so it's not even a vacation. I'm going to do a Bible study for kids on the fruit of the Spirit. I'm going to get that cranked out, and then we are going to be traveling the United States for the next 2 years. So we will be coming to a city near you. Check out my website, amycoello.com, COELLO, and find out where we are. And all you have to do is submit on there, and we'll come and do a dream circle, and we'll film it too, and live stream it.
Are you going to be in Florida anytime soon? You got to come to Florida. Come on.
We will be soon. Yeah. We'll be there.
Yeah. Stay away from Southern Florida. The Zika virus is pretty serious, serious stuff. No, it is. I mean, it's scary.
Well, I'm going to stay around the shore. But then they said there was a flesh-eating bacteria right where we're kind of headed, that Panama City area.
You have to worry. This is the thing about the Gulf, and it's always been that way, is that, especially with the warmer waters, it's more prolific and stuff. I mean, the Gulf is a cesspool. I love it here. And I love the fishing and everything, and we're sports fishermen and stuff. But it for the most part, after BP and everything, it's just a big cesspool. And we have the flesh eating. The main thing that you have to worry about, especially on this side, is these little gnats. Well, you have them in Texas, but they're more along the coastal. It's called no-see-ums. Those things will tear you up, and you got to be careful of that, especially with kids and stuff. But I like I said, I love Florida. It's a completely different change of pace than what Chicago was. Stuff. I mean, we
love Florida. We love the vacation there.
Yeah, but see, we're in what they call the Nature's Coast, which is up. We're about an hour north of Tampa. I don't want to give our location away. I'll have some crazies knocking on my door before long. But we're in an area called Nature's Coast, which basically, I kid you not, you could walk into the woods and not see daylight. It is that thick. And with woods, I mean, a lot of people that I have that come from Canada, friends of mine who have come to visit, and family members who live in the Upper Peninsula in Michigan and stuff who come down, they all say the same thing. They're like, this is just like being in the woods in Michigan, but it's 90 degrees. Yeah, and it's like, and we have alligators too.
We have that too. We have it too, but we add water to it and we call it a swamp.
Yeah, that's it. We have those. We definitely have those. But Amy, I appreciate, you taking the time out of your evening on your drive and everything, and, entertaining our guests and answering a lot of questions. I think that's more important. And I appreciate the work that you're doing. And like always, if there's anything I can do, if I can lend you some of my expertise, feel free to give me a shout and everything. And thank you very much, and God bless you and for all your work, and tell your husband and stuff. I know that he's a minister, and so he's out there on the forefront. Sometimes the spouses get left behind, but I understand, if it wasn't for Sandy and stuff, I wouldn't be here, and all the support she gives me. She makes sure I wake up on time and I get to my meetings and run the other business. And so I know that the spouses and everything, and tell your 11 kids, you're blessed. Yeah. You're truly blessed.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much for tonight. It was a pleasure talking to you, and it's enjoyable. It's few and far between the radio hosts that it's just pleasurable. So I appreciate it.
Oh,
and you have a great rest of your night.
So. Oh, you too. Take care of yourself. So there we go, Amy Coello. I'll get it right before it's over with. Wow, what a night. A lot of people and everything. Well, first, let me take care of a little bit of business. If you're interested in Amy's books, you can actually go out. There's a link to them. So if you go to the guest page at the midnightocean.com and you go to guest, Amy's actually at the very top. Click on that and it will take you to her page, her bio, and also her books. If for any reason you want to get in touch with Amy, get out to her website. There is a link to her website at the very bottom. We'll also have the other one that she just that she announced on the air, where you can do the Dream Journal, which is the EYES. That's EYES 2C.org. I hope I got that right. I believe I did. And everything. We'll get those links up there so you can get out there and join her. Follow her on Facebook, YouTube. There's a great group. I'll have to tell you, there's an outstanding group within the Facebook that Amy manages and everything. All you have to do is Google or not Google, but look her up on the name. Let me pull that up here. Just bear with me. I should probably add this. See, this is the thing. When you don't have a producer, you can't say, hey, get me that page. You have to actually do it yourself. So let me pull that up and we'll get that to you, because I want to make sure everybody has the information they need. This was just an outstanding night. But the name of the group is Prophetic Dreams and Symbols. And of course, I've got a request and interpretation. There you go. But if you go out to the, I'll post that on our Facebook page, the Midnight Ocean. Feel free to join us, like us, and everything, and I'll get that posted as well. It is a closed group, so you do have to ask to join. and everything, but it's not, that difficult. There's no blood test or anything like that. There's no tests and stuff. So what a night. What a night. I mean, we are truly, truly blessed to have the quality of guests that we're bringing to you guys and everything. And Amy just rolls right on. I was shocked to hear her talk about the New World Order and everything. It's shocking, but it's refreshing to know that we're not the only ones out there, and everything. And so I highly recommend that you go out there and you support her efforts and join. Very, very friendly person, as you guys can tell. So with that, oh my Lord, it is 1:40 a.m. for all of those on the East Coast and those driving to New Orleans. Actually, it's I think it's 12:41 for you, Amy. I know you're still on the line. So I'd say I'd like to take a break, but let's just kind of roll into it. We'll just kind of knock this night out and get back at it first thing tomorrow. Talking about tomorrow, I do want to talk about some of our upcoming guests. If you want to know some of our guests that are coming up, go out to the midnightocean.com, go to the homepage. We're going to be listening to guests. I will tell you right now, we have guests that are booked all the way through the middle of September. I have yet to get those listed up because I know we stop at the 16th and everything. But tomorrow we're going to have Trip Elix joining us. He's going to talk about privacy, computers, all things hacking. That's going to be a great conversation. Trip, I'll say this, you guys heard me talk about computer hacking yesterday. It's a subject that I'm, very knowledgeable in. I won't tell you on what side of the fence, but I'll tell you that I'm very knowledgeable in it. And as I said yesterday, and more of the, I was watching Assange and everything, talking today. I'll just say this, and I'm going to say it again for our listeners out there. You don't get hacked unless you go to sites that you're not supposed to be on. All right? The computers, granted, you do have some instances where things are built right into the CPU and stuff like that. But what happens is that for the most part, for most of the computer hacks that are going on and today that you're reading in the DOJ and stuff, look it up. Most of these government officials, they're using our tax dollars, our computers, your computers, and they're out surfing porn pages. And, and that's where a lot of these infiltrations or these hacks come from. I'm just gonna call it. I know that a lot of people, in the mainstream media aren't going to talk about it and everything, but that's just the fact of life. I'm not going to pull any punches with you. So tomorrow we're going to have Trip on the line. We're going to talk about that. We're talking about privacy. We're going to talk about, how we give up our privacy, through social media, things of that nature, RFID, all things privacy. So that's going to be a great, great conversation. And like I said earlier, there are two types of hackers in the world. There are those that get caught and those that never get caught. There's a reason why you don't know Trip's name. Not saying he's a hacker, but I'll tell you that he is known in the community. So it's great to have him on. Followed up by that, we're going to have author and martial arts guru Matt Powell is going to be joining us. That's going to be a great conversation. Matt not only is a self-help, he's written an excellent book on self-help. I have to do that, called Undo: How to Undo the Past and Plan Your Future. It's going to be a great book. Not going to be a great book, good book. And but it's going to be a great conversation because Matt also is a world-class martial artist. He's trained American military, police, security officers, and Russian martial arts. So this is going to be an outstanding conversation we're going to have with him. That is on the coming up, which is on, let me pull the dates up here so I get it right. So that's on the 4th. So Matt will be joining us. Then following up the weekend and everything. Look, one of the things that I've always said, if you want to know where you're going, you got to get directions from someone that's already been there. Right? That's the best way. find people, especially in business. If you want to be successful in business, find people who are successful in business and find out what they do and then mimic it. And along the way, you're going to build your own personality. Like for me, I'll flat out tell you, I don't have a problem. My mentor in this business is Art Bell. I've always been a fan of Art Bell. When I was in college, working the graveyard shift at the hospital, everything, I can't tell you how many nights Art has kept me up. And so in this business, you have Art Bell. And obviously my Uncle Joe, Polka Joe, as he used to call him, great DJ, used to play polka music. Now you want to talk about a hard job. You try saying some of those names. Going back to the story when I was working at Middle Tennessee State, trying to get on the radio station. One thing I learned is you don't try to get a job at a radio station at a university that's known for music. And it's music professors. Some of the top musicians in the world have gone to Middle Tennessee State. So when I was there trying to go to school, trying to get a job in the radio station and stuff, one of the things I had to do is, we call them air checks. So basically you sit in a room, you have your board and everything. And when the air check, you have to actually play the music and you have to say the people's name and you have to, and it's not like you're listening to 104.5. No, it's nothing like that. You're listening. It's the what do they call it? The public radio talk. All things considered, it's very monotone, very like this. So I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And on top of that, I couldn't pronounce half the French names. I would get professors. It was funny when I did finally get on the air, very short-lived, I'd have professors complain. You said that name wrong. It's like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm a Southern guy and you're asking me to read French. I can't do it. So that was it's kind of a funny story. My first foray into real radio and everything. So, but going back to Alex, we're going to have Alex on the show on Friday. He's going to wrap up the week. Alex has written a really good book. And like I said, if you want to know where you're going, you got to ask someone who's already been there. And Alex actually is Russian born. He lived in Russia during the time of the Bolsheviks. And he's written a book called Liberal Bolshevism. Hold the book up. Now, I'm not quite through the book yet. I still got a little bit more reading to do and everything. But, he's going to come in and he's going to explain where we're heading in this country. And it's amazing. And like I said, and we had a conversation today, briefly. And, I want him to paint a picture of what life was like for him in Russia when he was growing up. And then I want you, as you're listening to that, draw some contrast, correlation and contrast against how his life was, what he saw, and what we're seeing here. And you're going to see some things that are really going to scare you. They're really going to scare you. It's just amazing. Like I said, I haven't gotten through the book all the way. I will definitely have it written or read by the time he's on the air, and we'll go through there. Yes, I do read. All of our guests' books. Yes, it can be done. You can do it. You just got to stop watching TV and getting sucked into the latest craze and Kardashian or whatever's going on these days. Spend a good 4 hours a day reading and you'll be amazed. It's like any other muscle. Once you train it and everything, you'll learn that you'll be able to become a little bit stronger, a little bit faster, and a little bit quicker. So, yep, I'll get his book read. So that will wrap up the week, this week. And then going into the next week, we're going to have Eric Wilkinson is going to be joining us. Now, Eric was on the show last night with Jeff. I don't know if you guys picked that up, but Eric's he's got some pretty strong ties with what was going on in Oregon. and the BLM and the Bundy Ranch and all that. And he's got a couple bombs that he's going to drop. And I know that there's going to be some people out there who are not going to be happy with what he has to say. But you know what? You're not talking to the Bundys, and you're not talking to, you know, the ones that have been incarcerated. Eric is. Yeah. These guys are in federal prison, and when they get time to call, they're talking to Eric. So Eric's our inside guy. So we're going to be talking about the things going on. Eric, you know, he's going to drop some bombshells. I can tell you, I got a hint of what some of it is about, and it is not going to make me a popular person, but I don't care, because we need to expose the truth. The truth, you know, the truth, right, wrong, or whatever, the truth is the truth is the truth. It's eventually going to come out. You can't deny the truth. And so Eric's going to be on. He's going to drop that. Now, then we're going to have Diane Emerson on. Got a great novel that came out. It's not a novel. It's actual a book where she interviewed psychopaths. This is scary stuff. And we're going to talk to her about some of the observations she made. But she's got a book called Psychopaths in Our Lives. My interview is Diane Emerson, and she's also brought in some PhDs, some MDs, experts and stuff to go through. But you're going to hear the thought processes of true psychopaths. And so that'll be interesting as well. And then after we're done with that, we're going to bring on Dr. Richard Ruling. Once again, Dr. Ruling is actually a board certified cardiologist. Great doctor, but we're not going to talk about medicine. We're actually going to talk about his two books, America Is Gone, Destiny Depends on Our Choice of Location Before All Roads Lead to Rome, and Islam versus Jerusalem and the World. So that ought to be interesting. And of course, he's got a plethora of books that are out there. And, feel free to join our website. And if you want to go out and get his books, you can more than do that. After Dr. Ruling, I should say, we're going to follow up with Debbie Viegel. Debbie actually lives in our home state of Florida. You might know her. She's written a ton of books. New York best-selling author. Battlefield Victory, Wicked, the Wicked series. She's going to be joining us. But we're not going to be talking about the Wicked series or Robin Hood, some of the books that she's written. I want to make sure I get this right. Robin Hood, Mark of the Black Arrow. Robin Hood, Demon Bane. We're not going to be talking about that. But we're actually going to be talking about her work in demonology and exorcism. That's going to be another interesting show. That's going to be one that you might not want the kids to listen to. We try to keep everything lighthearted here and kind of entertaining and stuff, but that's going to be one that's probably going to upset you. Because it's, I've always said it, the Freddy Krueger's, those types of shows, Aliens never scared me as a kid growing up. It was exorcism. The shows based upon possession, evil, things that do go bump in the night. Those are the shows that scared the bejesus out of me. I still can't to this day. I watch some of the ghost stories and stuff. Most of them are produced and they don't get me. But there's a couple out there where they do the, not the simulation, but they do the reenactment of what actually happened. And I couldn't do it. I have someone who asked me if I would be willing to go in a haunted house, do a show by myself. I might do that. Eventually. So we're going to have Debbie on, and then we're going to wrap up the second week with Ed Roman. Ed is actually kind of an interesting character. He's written a lot of great music. You can go out there and listen to it on if you go to the Midnight Ocean. Great music. It's kind of funny, lighthearted. It'll be very interesting. That will be kind of let your hair down, right? I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun. Talk about some of his inspiration for music and stuff. I mean, the guy's a pretty interesting character. And that will wrap up the second week. And of course, we'll go into the third week. I have to, I'll get out there. There's a couple things to the website we're going to be doing. We'll be adding, of course, the new guests for the rest of the month. One of them I do want to mention is Jonathan Meter and Barbara Demeter, Egyptology. That's going to be, all of our shows are going to be a great show. So I just want to make sure everybody that is on our show list as far as guests go have been handpicked. And the reason being, because these are topics and things that I'm interested in. It's my show, right? But handpicked. So we got Jonathan Meter and Barbara Demeter going to talk about Egyptology, symbolology, a lot of symbols that have been misinterpreted. And we're going to talk about the top 50 of them. I have their book here as well, and everything, doing notes, getting ready for the show. So that's going to be a very interesting show. Just a plethora of just quality guests, and we need your help. If you like what we're doing, please join us on Facebook. You can click in the links by going www.themidnightocean.com, and you got Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. If there's anything that you think that if there's anything that we need to change, or you don't like constructive criticism, is very important. Like last night, we got some great criticism about the fact that we're not saying our author's name enough and talking about their book. So we want to make sure that we're doing that. So constructive criticism is welcomed. We appreciate it. And, thank you very much for that and everything. I believe I found the reason for the echo. Let me try this. It's amazing. God talks to us. I believe, yep, the echo is gone. Looky there. Yep, the echo is gone. I know where the echo came from. And there's a reason why I had to go to our webpage. I know exactly where the echo is coming from. All right, so we fixed that problem. That's awesome. For those that have joined us, we finally fixed where the echo is coming from. Woohoo! Woohoo! So with that, I just want to say once again, thank you everybody for joining us. It's been just an incredible night. Thank you, Amy Coello, for joining us. I know that you're busy with your, and sharing your books, your thoughts, your faith, your spirituality, and more importantly, your expertise. It was just incredible. Like I said, I never expected the 2 dreams that I gave you. I never expected the results that I got, but I do appreciate it. And it's been a great conversation. And yes, you can talk for 4 hours, people. I have so many guests that are going, how is she going to talk for 4 hours? No one can talk. You can. Interesting conversation. We can absolutely talk for 4 hours. So once again, this is Jeff Norton of the Midnight Ocean. Join me on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Join us on Facebook at The Midnight Ocean. You can look us up there. And on Twitter, and you type in The MN Ocean, MN, Mary Nancy, Ocean. Join us on Twitter. One of the things that we do ask is, get out there, tell your friends about us, let them know, this is a show, believe it or not, and I'll end with this. This is a show that we want you, the guests, to participate. We have spent a fortune, a small fortune, in developing applications that allow you, the guests, to call in. We can take 20 guests, 20 phone calls at the same time through our system. 20 at the same time. Because we want you to participate. It's all about you. So with that, I have to say good night. God bless you. And of course, sweet dreams.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.